And we are live.
Okay, good evening, everybody. This is the April 26, 2022 meeting of the Historic Districts Review Board. And I will be chairing for this evening because the chair asked me to do that. And may we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Rios.
Here.
Vice Chair Katz.
Here.
Member Beachide.
Here.
Member Bienvenue.
He's been excused.
I understand he's excused.
Yes.
Okay, Member Guida.
Here.
Member Larson.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Are there any changes to the agenda?
None from staff.
Okay. May we have a motion?
Guida moves to approve.
Larson seconds.
May we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Beachide.
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
And Chair Rios.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Thank you. And next we have the approval of the minutes of the April 12th, 2022 meeting. Are there any changes that anyone has to the minutes? Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion for the approval of those minutes?
Sorry, Frank, I do have some.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer.
Melissa, on page 8, in the fourth paragraph, please revise to say, Member Beachide asked if you knew how the 3 facades with the same narrow door adjacent to the picture window element came about. And then is replaced in the next sentence, they, with this repetition.
Okay,
And then on
thank you.
page 12, in the fourth paragraph, third sentence, she wondered if the approval of additions in 2015, and then could you please replace was to approve the with was an implicit approval of its architectural or historic interest.
Okay.
And then on page 22, the second paragraph from the end, the third sentence refers to over 50%. Could you please insert the word rotted after that? And then in the last sentence, before windows, insert other.
Okay.
Right, on page 32 in the motion, the last sentence refers to the lightning bolt motif be specifically called out. Could you please insert as character defining?
Okay.
All right, just a couple more. Page 43. The fifth paragraph from the bottom, Member Beachide asked if correct that the instead of floor is, that should be dining room windows are angled. On page 46, under the applicant presentation, the fourth paragraph, she appreciated that the garage should be cannot be seen from the street.
Okay.
And then page 49, the first paragraph, Member Beachide asked to clarify terminology used. Could you please insert in the staff report? And then the next sentence reads, she said the building is non-contributing and the reference to a non-contributing facade should be contributing facade.
Okay.
And last one, page 50, second paragraph. The first sentence reads 50% rule is applied if this is, delete the word not, if this is contributing. And then in the second paragraph, second sentence at the end, and the same instead of thing would happen, please replace it with situation would exist with the proposed replacement structure.
Okay,
Thanks very much.
thank you.
Any other changes from anyone else? If not, I will entertain a motion.
Guida moves to approve as amended.
Beachside seconds.
May we have a roll call, please?
Member Beachai,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Larson,
Yes.
and Chair Rios.
Abstain.
Okay, the motion has been approved.
Thank you. We now have the approval of findings of facts and conclusions of law from that meeting. I have a change in number 2 on the Camino Pequeño case. And what I would propose doing is to take what you have before you as number 5 of the conclusions of law and make it number 5 of the findings of fact and renumber the others, because it is a factual finding what the architectural interest is. And it would read, the board finds the special architectural interest of the house to be a unique blend of mid-century ranch and prairie revival styles built in a vernacular manner and characterized by horizontal lines, low massing with areas of exposed whitewashed adobe, slightly pitched shed roofs, projecting eaves, stained wood elements, and wood windows with horizontal rectangular light patterns. Does anyone else have any change on any of the others? Okay. There is a concern I have, but I guess I can't deal with it here and now. The concern that I have is that I think we handled incorrectly the voting at that meeting. And all of the votes were 3-0, which were clearly a majority of the members present. There was one vote that was 2-1, and 2 out of 4 is not a majority. And the chair can vote when her vote would make it able to achieve the majority. And so the chair did not vote then, and I don't know how he would have voted, but I fear that that's a weakness in that case. This is the 72 West Marcy Street case, the outside patio in front of La Boca Restaurant. So I don't know how anyone feels about it, but I just think that I wanted to put that out there because that is a concern, and we may have that same issue tonight because we will be mostly 4 of us. Does our city attorney have any thoughts about that?
Mr. Katz, the only thing I could tell you is that I read the resolution regarding voting, and I'm looking at resolution number 2009-20 regarding voting by committee chairpersons. The voting should be conducted in the following manner. A majority of the members shall constitute a quorum. We had a majority of members there, so we had a quorum. Each member, excluding the chairman, shall have 1 vote. The chair may vote only if in the case of a tie or when his or her vote will provide the necessary number of votes required by law for taking action on an issue before the committee. My belief was that you're either a member or a chairperson. Member Guida was acting as the chair in that meeting, and so therefore it was my opinion that he can only vote to provide the necessary number of votes required by law for taking action, or in the case of a tie. And beyond that, I don't have much more guidance, but I believe that because a majority of the members voted in favor of that it passed.
A majority of the members didn't vote in favor, but the 2 out of 4 members. I mean, Mr. Guida, although he was acting as chair, is still a member. And that's exactly the circumstance where his vote would give a 3-to-1 result, and that would allow the matter to be successfully achieved. And in the
And so subsection C reads, when a quorum is present in any meeting, the vote of a majority of members present shall decide any questions brought before such a meeting. So I don't know if you can show me some authority for, in the meeting on April 12th, that Mr. Guida was both a member and the chair. Then
the chair is always a member of the committee, and I don't think that they are discounted. I mean, you count him as a member of the committee of the board when you count him to say, we had 4 members present, so that's a quorum. So you can't say he's a member for that, but not a member for voting.
What's the authority for that, Mr. Katz? I mean, I don't want to argue with you. If you want to show me the authority, then we'll look at it.
I think it's just the words say.
I don't think that's what the words read.
How did we have a majority if we only had 3 members? A quorum.
So the majority of the members shall constitute a quorum. And we had
But
4,
we didn't
right?
have a majority of the members.
I thought we had 4.
No, we only had 3 because the chair is not a member, you're telling me.
So, I mean, are you saying that none of the votes we took on April 12th are binding?
No, all of them were fine because 3 voted yes on all except this one vote.
Mhm.
And that was 2-to-1. And that would have been successful if you would have asked Mr. Guida how he voted. I mean, he couldn't vote no because he doesn't get to vote, but he can vote if his vote would be the necessary vote to achieve the, I forget what the exact words are that you have there, but to achieve the matter. And so that's just, it puts it up in the air.
Okay, well, I don't know. It's just my impression from this was that when a person is acting as a chair, he doesn't have a vote. And that's unless to break a tie.
Or, what's the or say?
When his or her vote will provide the necessary number of votes required by law for taking action on an issue before the committee.
Well, the necessary number of votes is a majority of the members present.
Well,
And his voting then would provide that.
well, I don't know. Maybe that's something that requires some more research. I don't know if you're proposing we set aside
No, I'm
vote
not.
on 72 West Marcy Street, or
I'm just concerned that there were only 2 votes in favor of it. It was ruled that that was successful, and I'm not going to challenge that. But I am concerned about that, and we have the same issue coming up tonight. Okay, can I have a vote on
Frank.
the approval?
I have my hand up. Frank,
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
in the past, I, as chair, under similar circumstances, have been required to vote by the city attorney to constitute a quorum.
Right.
So Attorney Rubelee, this is his interpretation, but past other city attorneys have indicated to me that I should, not that I do, but that I have to vote to constitute a quorum
Right.
under
Right.
the circumstances that you have described.
That does make sense to me. Thank you. Okay, may we have a motion for the approval of the findings as amended?
Motion to approve the findings as amended by Larson.
Beachside will second.
May we have a roll call on that, please?
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Larson,
Yes.
Chair Rios.
Abstaining.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. We will go on to number E, matters from the public. Is there anyone from the public who would like to talk? I'm not seeing anyone, and I don't know whether that's because,
I just, excuse me, I just got unmuted. This is Stephanie Benonato.
good.
Can you hear
Thank
me?
you, Stephanie. Go
Sure.
ahead.
First of all, I totally agree with your interpretation of the word majority. It doesn't mean half of the number of voters or people present. So I think you do have a problem with that one vote last week. I think you also have a problem with the vote at 610 Galasteo Street because you all were advised that the owner was a condominium association, and yet it was advertised as an individual coming forward, not as an agent, Rick Johnson. And then the agent was an architect. And even though the architect knew about the conditions about 6 parking offs on site and the need for turnaround, seemingly that didn't stop her or the planning department from giving some kind of preliminary approval. And I think if the issue of ownership is raised, and I think if the issue of a condition is raised, that perhaps the better precedent would be not to approve it, because now people can go, but oh, the historic board already approved it. Yeah, but the problem is it should have been sent back to land use to say, have you considered these conditions? Can we even, can a building even be put there so that you are not using your time and giving your imprimatur to a structure that is, I believe, violates those conditions. And the reason they could have 3 units there was because they were going to have 6 off-street parking in the back with enough turnaround space. And with the garage there, it's never going to happen. And these are 2nd and 3rd homeowners. So we're like turning everything on its head just to accommodate their over large vehicles. And then the other thing is about Mr. Rubelei's interpretation of conflict of interest last week. Conflict of interest, even in the ordinance, is much more than monetary gain. It has to do with relationships. And although the relationship of spending time with somebody as a childhood friend, going to their birthday parties isn't a listed relationship, you as a board are a quasi-judicial body, which means that the appearance of bias is really important, and that neutrality and objectivity is supposed to be maintained. And that is why, in my opinion, Ms. Rios should have excused herself from the entire conversation, and often is why some members excuse themselves from conversations. It's not because they're getting monetary gain. Maybe they live in that neighborhood and it's a neighborhood association, something like that. And the mayor himself has excused himself from being in on a discussion because of what looks to be a bias when acting as a quasi-judicial body. And I think members here can attest that they leave at the beginning of the discussion, not after the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to make a comment?
We have Frank Herdman.
Okay, thank you. Frank?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I was just listening to the prior conversation. And I thought I would share with you a case that I had about 25 years ago in which I challenged a variance granted by the City Council of the City of Espanola, which required a supermajority vote of the members of the City Council. Only a majority voted. I took an appeal that went all the way to the New Mexico Supreme Court. The New Mexico Supreme Court ruled that that error was avoidable error. In other words, if the matter was not appealed and overturned as a result of that error, that decision became final. So it's an error like any other alleged error arising out of a zoning tribunal. So unless that case were appealed, if it was declared an approval, that becomes binding. I thought the members of the board might be interested in knowing that. So I lost in that case, is the bottom line.
Well, thank you very much. That kind of helps. That's sort of why I raised it. So, and I don't think there's anything that we could do about it now because it is, as you put it, voidable. But it could be that there is somebody who is concerned who could appeal the decision.
Understood. And obviously going forward, you want to make sure that there is compliance. And I might add that I had something to do with the language in the city charter that I think is incorporated now in all of the land use boards that deals with scenarios whereby you may not have, where the chair votes only in the event of the tie, but you may have situations where because of a recusal, you can't get to a majority, in which case the chair then can sort of pop up and become a voting member to provide the requisite number of votes. It's not a quorum per se, but that's sort of a latent role of the chair that resulted in some confusion in the city charter years ago. So we tried to correct that as well. And I think that explains the language that the assistant city attorney was referring to. So I just offer that
Right.
by way of some historical background.
Thank you. Appreciate your help there.
May I ask, Mr. Herdman, was that opinion published? Do you know?
Yep, it's the matter of Vandervossen versus the city of Espanola or Vandervossen versus Seeds. If you search on Vandervossen and variance, you'll find that case reported by the New Mexico Court of Appeals.
May I trouble you to spell Vandervossen?
Vandervossen. And you could readily find my email online. I'd be happy to send you the citation.
Okay, thank you. That it might be helpful for me to look that up for future reference. Thank you.
Happy to help.
Okay, is there anyone else from the public who wishes to bring matter before the committee, the board?
Chair, I see
Seeing
no
none?
hands.
Okay, thank you, Carly. Next, we move to staff communications. Carly, I guess you'll take the lead on this.
Yeah, so I have a couple announcements first, Chair, before we get into a presentation. The first announcement is that the Hdrb hearing on May 24th, so that's not the next hearing, but this one following, will be is planned to be in person. I'm working on a hybrid scenario. I don't know that will be ready in time, but if you have concerns, please let me know, board. And then just so the public knows, planning to be in person. I hope to have some more information out on the website and blasting out via email before that hearing, just to help that transition along. Secondly, award ceremony is planned for, then this is the Heritage Preservation Awards. May is Preservation Month, and the award ceremony is planned for Thursday, May 19th at 5:30 at the San Miguel Chapel, with refreshments to follow at San El Zaguan, excuse me. And we'll have more information. I'll post that on the website. So if you need to find that, then it will be there. And from there, we are going to, I'll start this presentation on the 2022 Heritage Preservation Award nominations. The board is going to vote tonight, and the way that I think this is going to work most efficiently is if I go through each of the nominations for the category. And then each member has one vote, and you raise your digital hand. And if you can't raise your digital hand, then raise your hand. Now, I do have John Bienvenue's, member of Bienvenue's votes via email that I can also read into the record. But does anybody have any concerns or questions about voting for this tonight?
Will we have an opportunity to discuss before we vote?
We can. I did not. If we want to have a brief discussion, then I think that's fine. Board members, I don't want to belabor because we can drag this out pretty long. But if you want, Chair, if you would like to set a general time limit on discussion, then that might be a good idea. Just a suggestion.
Okay, I think that these award nominations and presentations are very important. I think they give an opportunity for the board to not do more than just say, okay, we approve that or we don't approve that, but to say what we really think epitomizes what we do and what preservation is all about. And so I think some discussion amongst the board is totally appropriate. Hopefully we can do it with dispatch. Thank you. Do you want to do, well, so you will present on a category, we will discuss and vote, and then you'll present on the next category. Is that what you have in mind? Yeah, that would be good because there's only so much us old folks can keep in mind.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. If any other board members has anything else, let me know. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and start sharing my screen.
Thank you.
All right, and you should be able to see the beginning of the slideshow. Okay. Make sure we can, okay. All right, here's our little introduction. We're going to see the 2022 Heritage Preservation Award nominations. So each year, the Preservation Division here at the city, Old Santa Fe Association, Historic Santa Fe Foundation collaborate on the event to celebrate the really good work and excellent examples of preservation in the historic districts. And this happens every May. There's some more information, and this entire presentation is up on PrimeGov. You'll see some slight changes because I know I was missing some before pictures for one of the projects. All right, so, and I'm going to go ahead and just go through the categories before we see them all. First one is going to be architectural preservation. Second is compatible remodel. Third, compatible new construction. Fourth is the cultural preservation. And fifth is the Sarah Melton Award. It's for sensitive maintenance and rehabilitation of a historic structure. Okay, and so here are the nominees for the Architectural Preservation Award. This is for outstanding examples of restoration or rehabilitation of a as a designated historic property. So the nominees are 831 El Caminito. And so this is a significant property. The architect on this is Dale Sin. It's also known as the De La Pena House. And I'm not going to go through all the information on the slides. There's a nice long text. The complete nomination narrative is on PrimeGov, and there's a lot of great information. And so I've attached each of those. And you may notice that some of the nominations fell into different categories just based on some conversations with the people nominating. They decided this is maybe a good opportunity to go for this award or whatever may be more appropriate. Okay, and notice I'm just going to point out in some of these slides, you'll see the other folks who are noted as doing work on this project. Okay, and so we'll have some before imagery. So a historic photo here, some of the before imagery and a current during construction photo, and some after, some before, I think a 1970s garage addition, and then some after. The next nominee is 339 Plaza Valentine, Karen Marsh, and is in the downtown Eastside Historic District, is contributing. This project achieved a very sensitive outcome, accurately restoring the structure. So here's some before. And then after the project. Let me just make sure I've gotten to the end of this category. Okay, and that is the end of this category. So we are ready for discussion to follow with the vote.
Okay. I think that these are both wonderful jobs and beautifully done. I do think that we need to recognize the enormous extent of the work on the El Caminito house. And the significant research that went into restoring it. In the Plaza Valentine house, they restored windows to their right size, but I don't think it was really the extent of the work that was done on the De La Pena house. Does anyone else have comments that they would want to share? Okay, may we have a, I'm not sure how are we going to do this vote?
We have member Rios with her hand up.
Frank, I just wanted to echo your words. I think both of these projects actually merit this Architectural Preservation Award. Obviously, the De La Pena house is a much larger house, a big property, and I believe they've been working on this for 3 years. But this house, also the 339 Plaza Valentin, is also, I mean, I think they did a wonderful restoration project, including taking that awful, or the fence, the coyote fence that I think was not helping this house, and having this lovely wall put in front of the house, very low wall that allows anyone to see the house. So both projects are good, but I agree that La de la Pena house is, I mean, they've taken a long time and very precisely have restored that house. Thank you.
Anthony?
Vice Chair Katz, I'm appreciative of staff's presentation. In years past, as far as I know, we've only ever checked off boxes as to which properties each one of us would find merits the award. So I appreciate the presentation and the explanation of the awards, as well as the images, especially disappearing for the public. Less concerned about board discussion, but I am more concerned that we continue to be able to each identify a property that we individually believe is deserving of the award, and that the results be tallied rather than making
Yes.
a motion.
Oh, I think that that's proper. I think what we should, and thank you for that. I think what we do is we just call on each member, and the member indicates which one they prefer.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay. So I think unless there's anyone else who has a comment, we could have the roll called, and each member will indicate their preference.
Okay, Vice Chair Katz, will I also be calling on you?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we'll start with Chair Rios.
831 El Caminito.
Vice Chair Katz.
831 El Caminito.
Member Beachside.
831 El Caminito.
Member Guida
339 Plaza Valentine.
and Member Larson.
339 Plaza Valentine.
And I believe
Okay.
that that member Bienvenu had indicated his preference as 831 El Caminito.
Okay, so that is 4 for 831 and 2 for 339.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I need to speak up here. Unfortunately, I don't believe the vote of an absent member can be counted. Yeah, I don't know how strictly we are. This isn't a matter that's necessarily approved by the code. But it does read that the resolution that I was reading to you earlier, 2009-20, it reads that telephone polls or proxy voting are not a valid method of voting. I believe that the member actually has to be present in order to vote. Now, with respect to the chair voting, I don't know, as I said, I don't know if this is actually governed by the code.
I don't believe it is. And what's been done in the past, Frank, is that we would, as Anthony recollected, check off a box and hand it in. And so it wasn't anything that sort of really necessarily happened in the meeting. It could have, someone could check them off and mail them in or whatever. This is not a matter that I think is covered by the code or is, okay.
I think, Mr. Katz, we would have a tie vote without your vote. So I believe, in this situation, you can vote because otherwise it would be 2-2. But I don't think it's appropriate to count Mr. Bienvenu's vote. I believe the vote passes for 831 El Caminito by a 3-2 margin. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Let's move
Mr.
on to the
Katz.
next compatible remodel award.
Vice Chair Katz, I have a comment.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Anthony, I didn't see your hand.
Thank you. So I would suggest that we either do this one way or the other and not somewhere in between. To me, if this is going to be done during a hearing, it would make sense to follow the rules and do proper voting. Otherwise, if board members are not present but voting, I would suggest that we don't take up time during this hearing other than to hear about the nominees and then send our votes to staff afterwards. It seems like an unnecessary use of the hearing time to me.
Okay, I will accept your suggestion and we will have the presentation of the matter. We will have discussion if anyone wants to discuss, and then we will each submit what we wish within what time. Carly, can you help us? There is a few days, I think, before you're required to have these.
There's a few days. Would 2 days be reasonable to the board?
Sure.
Okay.
We can do that. Thank you. Okay, let's move to the next award.
All right, the next category is the Compatible Remodel Award. So outstanding examples of remodels that harmonize with the districts and harmonize with the historic structures surrounding. So the nominees are 335 Camino Cerrito, 415 Camino Manzano, and 333 Sena Street. All right, this is 335 Camino Cerrito. I'm going to go ahead and flip to the picture very quickly, but it's a I'm always going to call out that it's the status downtown east side, and it's non-contributing. It's seen to be a sensitive remodel built in the 1930s, and most of the additions were set towards the back. So this is the before. There were several changes to the building throughout its life, and this is what it was brought to. Okay. All All right, 415 Camino Manzano, downtown East Side Historic District, significant. And it was originally built in 1912 farmhouse. The house, the design was initiated by, there's a few architects working on this, one firm, and then also Martinez Studio. The things to note here that it maintained a unique character, color, texture of roof, the original historic windows, the style of the railing, restoring the water tower, and the gardens. All right, so here's our befores. And here's our after. Okay. Next is 333 Senna Street. This is the Don Gaspar Area Historic District. It's often difficult to find good nominees, and not good, but just more nominees from the other districts. This is contributing. The goals of the project were to achieve a safe space for young children to play outside without hiding the historic character of the house. The new wrought iron fence fits well with architectural style. So here's some of the befores. And here are the afters. Fortunately, I wish I had more photographs for this section, but that is what I have for this category. And I think this is the moment for discussion, Chair.
Thank you. Not surprisingly, they're all good candidates. I think there's something that is particularly meritorious about the one we're looking at, about the 333 Senna, which is that we were concerned that the repaired and the rebuilt wall in the front not block the house, that it remains open to view. And I think that the owners did a beautiful job in doing that. And I think that that should be rewarded. I also think that it's really good if we look beyond just the downtown and East Side district. And I think every other one of the nominations are in the downtown and East Side district. Does anyone else have a comment they would like to share? Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the next award then.
Carly's muted.
Thank you. All right, well, as we see on my slide, it's the Compatible New Construction Award. So outstanding examples of new construction harmonized with the surrounding historic structures and the districts themselves. Okay, so the nominations are 502 Apodaca Hill and 918 Acequia Madre Unit G. You may see some that have been nominated before. And so 502 Apodaca Hill is single family home infilling a lot on Apodaca Hill. So the wall dominated architecture fits well within the streetscape. And here it is. There will be no before imagery. We'll move on to the next one, 918 Acequia Madre Unit G, downtown and East Side. Newly constructed home, fits nicely into the development off of Acequia Madre, or some of the lines from the application. Here are the photos. And that concludes this category.
Thank you. Does anyone have any discussion they'd like to offer? Okay, let's do the next category. Well, I guess the one thing I would point out is that the 918 Acequia Madre was nominated last year. And so that's something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Okay, the next is the Cultural Preservation Award. So outstanding works toward the preservation and or understanding of Santa Fe's unique cultural heritage. Nominations are for the La Fonda on the Plaza. It's their 100-year anniversary. And then A Hidden History of the Dead. It's an El Palacio article by Dr. Alicia Abbott. So the La Fonda served it's downtown and Eastside Historic District and significant. It's once served as a Harvey House and had a relationship with the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railroad and the tourism within Santa Fe. As I said, now celebrates the 100-year anniversary. And has a significant role within the city's development and contributes to the sense of place. Okay. So a photo to go with it. We'll move on. The text is longer here, so we won't go through all of it. Hidden History of the Dead. So this is an article about the lost graveyards of Santa Fe that are underfoot, if not top of mind. That's the title of the article. And those first two lines. It's El Palacio. It's the publication. It's the fall 2021 issue. So Dr. Alicia Abbott is a archaeologist here in town. Worked on the historic cemetery off of Sirius Road. The Independent Order of the Oddfellows. So I really encourage, if you have the opportunity, to read the article. It's linked right here. It's a really interesting article, and it's a good read. Those are the two for the categories.
Does anyone have any discussion on these nominees? Seeing none, let's move to
Lynn does.
Oh, okay. I am not able to see everybody. So, Glenn?
That's okay. Thanks. I just wanted to say I really appreciate seeing a story that is about a landscape versus an architecture feature. I think it's really important to tell stories, the greater community, and to, sort of look into these places that may be, something that we might overlook. And I'd love to see more stories like this told in the coming years.
Thank you, Flynn. Anyone else? Yes.
These are two very distinct, both very deserving, but very different projects. And I think everybody knows about La Fonda, but I just wanted to give a shout out to Alicia Abbott, because I think it's really important that she has embraced doing this project, and so that we learn about the cemetery. I mean, how many times have we passed that cemetery and we know not much about it? So I just wanted to acknowledge her work on this.
Thank you. And I share Flynn's thoughts about sort of recognizing this aspect of cultural preservation. Okay, can we move to the last category then?
Okay, last category is the Sarah Melton Award. So this award is given for outstanding examples of sensitive maintenance and rehabilitation of a structure, often that go unnoticed. So nominees are 225 East Marcy Street, 107 La Cienega Street, and 340 Delgado Street. So you may see a couple of these that have been nominated in the past, but we found that they were also appropriate for this category. 225 East Marcy Street, 1914 building, meticulously renovated to the historic appearance. Some additions towards the rear, and some changes also to the transforming for the energy efficiency of the space. Okay. Here's the before. And you'll notice that this is slightly different. This is a slide that was added, and here's the after. Okay. 107 Cienega Street. I might have added a law in there earlier. Downtown Eastside Historic District contributing. Also nominated for a sensitive remodel for contributing property. Okay. Befores and then the afters. Okay, and 340 Delgado Street, Downtown Eastside Historic District, contributing status, was apparently neglected for many years and then remodeled while keeping many of the original windows and doors, restoring the yard wall, refurbishing the attached garage. Here's some befores, and here are the afters. And that concludes this section.
Thank you. I have a question about the 225 East Marcy Street. The back of that has a lot of, it has sort of a shed in the back. I don't know, we don't have a picture of whether that was there originally or not. It has a lot of very unattractive rooftop appurtenances on it. Do we know whether that was there before?
There was a kitchen addition that was done when it was Josie's, probably in the 90s, and it does have, because it's a commercial kitchen, restaurant equipment on top of it.
Okay, thank you. That helps. I appreciate that. Okay, I think we all remember the Delgado Street house that was really about to fall down. And so it not only got saved, but I think preserved nicely. And you know, the Cienega Street house is also quite lovely. Okay, thank you. Unless there's anyone else who wants to comment on it, we will. Carly, can you send us out a ballot that we can then check off and email back to you?
Certainly, Chair. I can get that out to you probably tomorrow morning.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay. I think that finishes our discussion on the award nominations. And we will move on to old business.
Right.
And yes.
If I might, I'm going to leave the meeting now. I had hip replacement surgery, and per my doctor's orders, it's not a good idea for me to sit for long hours. So I'm going to say good evening, everyone, and good luck on the rest of the meeting. And hopefully I'll get well. My recuperatory period, my recovery period will be quick, and I'll see you for the next meeting. So
you have our best wishes and hope for speedy recovery, and we'll see you out on the tennis courts.
okay. Yeah. Okay. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Okay. So we were moving on to the cases. We have 2 in old business and 8 cases in new business. And I would remind folks that if you are dissatisfied with what our result is, that you have the opportunity to appeal And staff can certainly help you with the details of the appeal. The time runs from when we would approve the findings and conclusions at our meeting in May. So the first matter is case number 2022-004866, Hdrb at 76 East San Francisco Street. May we have the report on that, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And can you see my screen?
Yes.
Is this okay? Okay. 76 East San Francisco Street is a commercial building constructed in 1883 and later remodeled in 1957 by John Gamin when the portals were added onto the commercial block fronts of the streets enclosing the plaza. The building is located in the downtown and East Side Historic District. At its main elevation, the north elevation, facing East San Francisco Street, across from the plaza. At the January 23rd, 2018 hearing, the board designated the building as contributing to downtown and East Side and designated the north elevation as the primary elevation in that it has features that define the character of the structure's architecture. The applicant proposes to demolish the 287 square foot existing boiler room. Its height is 5 feet 9 inches, and equipment on the building's rear south elevation on the Water Street side.
Angela, are we supposed to be seeing your slides?
Can't see them? You
I
are.
just see your cover slide.
I just changed slides, but maybe. How about now?
Nope.
Nope.
No.
Really? Okay, maybe this needs to go back over here.
Stop sharing and then try again.
Oh, there
Now?
it is.
There you go.
Yes.
Okay, it needs to be on a different screen. Okay, pardon that delay. This is the existing site plan with the boiler room proposed for removal. Boiler room is adjacent to the building's south facade on the rear of the building in the parking area there. It is believed to have been built when the building was constructed in 1883. The equipment is an old steam boiler that was used for the original heating system for the main building that's no longer active. Back to the picture. The applicants provided a letter from the City of Santa Fe's building inspector. The applicant proposes no other changes. This case was postponed at the March 13th hearing to allow for the applicant to provide additional photographic documentation of the boiler room's exterior and interior in order to provide observational information regarding its condition and for documentation of a historic structure. The applicant has provided photographs showing the boiler room's interior and exterior equipment and surroundings. Several of those, more of these photos are in your packet, and I'm sharing these three tonight. So the board, in determining whether a request for demolition is met, relies on the criteria that the applicant has addressed, and that is also in your packet. Tonight, staff believes that the removal of the structure does not diminish the status of the contributing structure and finds that the demolition criteria have been met per 14-3.14 demolition of historic or landmark structures and recommends approval. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Angela. Do you know whether they have any plans to deal with the meters that are right in front of that? Was that discussed at all?
Chair Katz, that wasn't discussed, but the applicant will be providing more information on this next.
Okay. Does anyone have questions of Angela? Okay, let's go to the applicant then, who can amplify.
Right. Excuse me, Angela, who is your applicant here? So I can move
Eric
them up.
Enfield.
Thank you. moved him over to panelist.
Eric, are you there?
I'm right here, Frank. How are you?
Good, thank you. Thank you for being there.
Sure.
What can you tell us?
I just want to add a little bit and
Excuse me, I need to swear you in.
go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
It's Eric Infield with Architectural Alliance Incorporated at 612 Old Santa Fe Trail.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just wanted to, first of all, make some just some comments on Angela's presentation. The second paragraph, the applicant proposes to demolish the 287 square foot existing boiler room and the equipment on the building's rear south elevation. That was already approved by the board when they approved the elevator addition to the building. I know the board didn't approve the elevator to the roof. That was through the city council. But the smokestack has already been approved and shown to be demolished on our construction documents that have been permitted by the city for the new elevator. So I wanted to make that correction. That smokestack has already been approved by the board to be demolished. I also wanted to point out that there is no way to enter this building, so we could not take photographs inside because the building has collapsed partially on the interior and the door is blocked. So we couldn't get into the actual boiler room itself. And I wanted to point out that the pictures of the original steam boiler, you actually only see a very small rusted side of it in the photographs because we had to photograph. That is a 1950s boiler that was put in the 1950s remodel to replace the old one. And that's what's in there also. You can see the white insulation is probably asbestos, as is the interior of the original steam boiler. We haven't done testing because we can't even enter the structure, but we feel that we have toxic and hazardous materials inside of this building. As for your question about the electrical equipment, most of that was placed there by P&M and is owned by P&M. That back courtyard serves about a quarter of the plaza's electricity demand to different facilities. So there's actually, I think, 4 transformers in that back alley. Our hope is to remove the electrical equipment and the transformers, but that's a much longer discussion with P&M because we have to get their approval. And I wouldn't proceed with that until I knew we could demolish the boiler room. It doesn't show very well in this pictures, but there's actually bricks that have fallen off the walls inside of the structure from the water that's been getting into the structure. And I'm not sure the board was able to go and look at it themselves. It's very difficult to look in the windows, and that's why we had limited photographs. I also think that my client is trying to clean the back area up of this building, and this is potentially the largest hazard in the back area of this building. And I stated it wasn't publicly visible, and I must admit, I didn't try to stick my head in the corner of the alley and see if I could see it. It's just unnoticeable. Yeah, I'm not sure it's completely not publicly visible because I think you can see the meters from the street. But as you can see from the photographs, the meters completely cover the building anyway, the south elevation of the building anyway. Also wanted to point out that I'm not sure if this is something, but on the cover sheet, it talks about primary elevations. It says publicly visible facade east, no. Publicly visible facade north, yes. Publicly visible facade south, yes. Is that implying primary elevation, or is that just that it's visible? Because in previous meetings with you all, you both, the board had pointed out there are portions of the west and east elevations that are publicly visible also. I just want to make sure we don't have a similar mistake that we had in the last meeting where the actual approval letter had a typo in it and it wasn't considered, it wasn't called a contributing building. And just wanted to make sure that the board understood that I was tabled last time. It's actually the first time I've never been able to present as an applicant. I wasn't tabled primarily because of the lack of photographs. I was tabled because of your questions, Frank, about the contributing facade versus contributing building. Does the board not remember that discussion?
I think we do.
The addition of the photographs was a friendly amendment to the original amendment, which was to table it because there was confusion from the staff report on it, if there was a contributing facade or building. But I stand ready to answer those questions, and I could have answered some of those questions in the last meeting, but I'm here now. So if you guys have other questions, I'm here to answer those.
Okay, Flynn?
Thank you. I just want to say I really appreciate seeing more photos in the record. I think, you know, in the case of any demolition, whether it's, you know, a huge potentially contributing building or a, you know, small structure like this, it's really good to have sort of that evidence posed, because we should have a strong argument and justification behind whatever decision we end up making. And I think this report is really what we were looking for, and very helpful. So thank you.
And I wanted to tell you, Member Larson, also that we actually sent 74 photographs to the historic department. They chose 3 of them, but we tried to get as many shots as we could of it, because in a strange way, even this industrial stuff, I was born and raised in Roswell, New Mexico, and there were many old buildings with old structures behind it. And one of them that I remember very fondly, it was full of the typewriters from the Roswell Daily Record, and they were still there with the chairs and the desks. This is a little different.
Thank you. Are any other questions from the board? Angela, you have a question?
I just wanted to clarify that for the applicant and the public, that a lot of those photographs were included in the board's packet. They have several of those photographs.
Thank you. Okay, this is time for a public hearing. Does anyone from the public have comments about this case? Anthony, it looks like you have your hand up. Did you?
There are no public comments. I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay. I get I'm relying on Carly or someone to be able to spot whether there's anyone.
Okay.
Who isn't.
Chair, no public comment, no hands are raised.
Okay. Member Guida, it's all yours.
Case 2022-004866 Hdrb 76 East San Francisco. I move that the board approve removal of the structure per staff's recommendation, finding that demolition criteria have been met.
Thank you.
Larson seconds.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much and have a good night.
Thank you, Eric.
Bye-bye.
Moving on to case number 2022-005021, Hdrb at 311 East Burger Street. May we have the report on that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We can. Good evening, Daniel.
Okay, let me share my screen. Can you share my screen?
We can, thank you.
Okay, this is 311 East Burger Street. Sorry, my phone is dinging here. This is a case that the board saw at our previous hearing on April 12th. It was postponed for redesign. Just to recapitulate, it's on a site off the street in the Don Gaspar Historic District and involves a new construction. Here's a overview of the site. Here you can see the street and the site behind it. The original included three things that were not in keeping with the design standards. These angled windows here, the carport, and then the prairie style windows. These have been subsequently altered in the following manner. And here also the prairie style windows and the carport again have been altered. I'm going to pass the baton to the applicant for more details.
Thank you. And the applicant is? Is the applicant here?
I think it's Alex Solorzano.
I thought, Daniel, is it not Tiho?
I am here.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Tia.
Ah, yes. Thank you.
Yes, Tia.
Would you?
Okay, I will go
please-
ahead and swear you in.
Thank you.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Would you
Please state
state-
your name and address for the record.
My name is Tiho Dimitrov, and my address is 404 Abeta Street.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you tell us about the changes that you have made?
Yes. Let me see if I can put on my presentation. I will share the screen with you. Can you see my screen
Yes, we
showing the
can.
site plan? Yes.
Yes.
Well, I'd like to first say that the owners, Greg, Henry, and Wenda, appreciated your comments last time, and we actually feel like your comments helped us come up with a better design altogether. One of the comments that we've addressed was the previously shown, the previous design of the carport was, as some of you pointed out, was it felt a little bit out of place with the rest of the design. So since then, the owners decided that indeed, per your suggestion, a garage would work quite well for them. So we've converted the carport into a single car garage, and we on the south side of the garage, we maintain whatever setback we were able to keep between the garage and the other mass, just so that we don't end up with one continuous uninterrupted wall. In addition, we straightened out the angled walls here, which again, as you'll see later in elevation, it seems to present better and more in keeping with Santa Fe, with Pueblo style. And move on to the next slides. What you see at the top elevation is the east facade with the newly revisited garage and the removed angled walls. We've added a small eyebrow roof over the dining area with knee brace structure, which is wood, and all the windows have been revised to more traditional divided light pattern. And the middle elevation here shows the same facade, but from the driveway view with the yard wall. We relocated the gate entry to the courtyard with a wooden gate and a couple of pilasters just to break up the wall. And let's see if I can move on to the west facade and the north facades. Essentially, everything has stayed as presented last time, except that we've revisited these couple of windows since we changed into a traditional pattern. We've maintained a 3-foot rule for keeping windows away from corners. And also, we kind of had a little bit more time in refining the color scheme a little bit. I know some of you were not sure about what the color of the roof that was proposed last time was, because the slide was not was a little bit vague. So we revised the stucco color to be straw El Rey, and this is the wood stain for the exterior wood. And with the proposed metal roof of the ash gray color. And what you see here is it's a little bit hard to read actually, but this is the profile of the roof. So it's with a 16-inch from section to section. So it's like a standing seam looking roof. And the window exterior cladding will be the patina green. With that, I'll open it for your comments or questions. And again, we feel like everything that you said last time was has helped us to kind of tweak it and make it better.
Thank you very much. Does anybody on the board have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we will open it up for public comment. Does anyone from the public have any comments? Hearing none, I will call on Anthony, who hopefully will make
sorry, I was Chair. I was a little slow. We have John Eddy.
Thank you.
Hello.
John, can you get sworn in?
Yes, I'm standing by to be sworn in. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please call John Bing.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
John Eddy, P.O. Box 845, Tesuque, New Mexico, 87574. Thank you, Acting Chair and board members. I think this project has been vastly improved, and I appreciate the efforts of the applicant and the owners in bringing it into compatibility with recent Santa Fe style. And I won't take up any more time than that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Anyone else from the public have comment? Okay, we'll come back to the board. Jennifer, do you have something to?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay. Anthony, were you going to make a motion or did you have comments?
I'd be happy for Member Beachside to make a motion. I would just like to congratulate Mr. Dimitrov on an approved design and for taking note from the board last time. I agree it's much better. I don't want to discourage folks from working outside the box in the historic district, but I think the previous design just didn't really come together. So I applaud your efforts in this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Jennifer.
Yes, I echo those comments, and I appreciate especially seeing the single car garage on new construction. that's thoughtfully set back and lower than the rest of the house in height. That's a really nice compromise to a city that doesn't have many garages, so thank you. In case number 2022-005021 Hdrb at 311 East Burger Street, I move to approve the application as submitted.
Guido will second.
Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your time.
Let's move on now to new business, case number 2022-005114 at 824 Agua Fria Street. This is a primary facade designation. Daniel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 824 Agua Fria Street is a fairly simple rectangular structure designated contributing. I've labeled the facades here. I think it's also in your staff report. One is the front facing south, 2, 3, 4. Here is facade number 1 on the front. The portal has seen some non-historic changes, but otherwise has its basic form. Here you can see a side view. The windows here are, I believe, all historic windows. This is a possible also primary facade, if not. Certainly the front would be a candidate for primary. Here we have the rear of the building. This is facade. Excuse me, this is also facade 4. You can see this is the street here. So this is on the side of the building. In the rear, 2 non-historic doors. And finally, facade number 2 is close up against the lot line and a utilitarian facade. So staff recommends facade 1 as primary and 4 if the board feels that it is warranted.
Thank you.
Natkin is the applicant.
Okay, let's hold off questions until Mr. Natkin makes his presentation.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Yes.
I'm ready
Do
to
you
be.
swear under the, sorry, Chair. Do you
Yes,
swear
please go
under the
ahead.
penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Mark Nacton, 1305 Lujan Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
So, Mr. Natkin, are you comfortable with the recommendation of staff for the facades 1 and 4?
I am assuming 4 is the west side. I would like to recommend that it would be limited to 2/3 of the west side elevation up to the blue fence that you see in the photographs, because beyond that, it's fairly invisible as you drive by. It's behind the tall blue fence, and we're hoping to do some work in the back of the house, and having the 10-foot lot 10-foot setback from a primary elevation would cause some difficulty for us, and we would probably end up having to ask for an exception. So it would be really nice if we can get it just 2/3 of that elevation to be primary, and then the front elevation to be primary.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board of the applicant or of staff? Seeing none, let's move to the public comment. Does anyone from the public have a comment to make on the
Chair,
primary facades?
I have Stephanie Benonato with her hand raised.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you have to get sworn in?
Hi. Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please
Stephanie,
state your name and address for the record.
thank you. Stephanie Benonato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I think definitely the front facade and the west facade, at least those three windows that are not at the same height, I think is characteristic of older buildings in Santa Fe, and I think deserves preservation. I don't know what that part of the west facade really looks like beyond that line. It seems to be like there's only one other window down that way. But again, that sort of not having the same height going down the wall, to me, it deserves preservation and is, again, a characteristic in Santa Fe. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to make a comment?
No hands, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I have a question on the photo we're looking at, what the extent of the facade, that west facade is. How much beyond the fence does that facade go?
It goes, like I said, it's like another third of what you're looking at. And then it becomes a yard wall back there. It's about a 6.5 foot tall yard wall. So that separates the driveway from the backyard.
Uh-huh. Okay, thank you. Okay, Member Guida.
I agree with Mr. Netkin, and what he's suggesting aligns with what Daniel has indicated in the facade diagram, that the facade 4 is defined as from the front corner to just past that double window in the back. And Chair Katz, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
In case 2022 005114 Hdrb 824 Agua Street, I move that the board designate the north facade number 1 and the west facade number 4, clarifying that it's the portion of the building that includes the 3 frontmost windows and extends just beyond that blue fence as contributing or as primary.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a
Larson
second?
seconds.
Okay. Member Beachhead.
I have a friendly amendment to exclude the non-historic porch.
Accepted as very friendly.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Unless anyone else has another comment, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved. Thank
you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to case number 2022 005026 Hdrb at 600 Camino del Monte, Seoul. May we have the presentation on that, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Camino del Monte, Seoul is a non-contributing structure in downtown and East Side Historic District in a ranch style, constructed in 1959. This is a photo of the site. The work that is proposed is on the rear of the structure. You can see behind, this is the street on the right, and here is a little porch with stairs currently. So the work will extend here. There's very limited public visibility in this area, considering the distance and carport in this location. This is the front of the house. And this is two photos of the rear of the house. The upper one is from the 1992 HCPI, where you can see an enclosed porch and this roof. Note the thickness of the roof. Here you can see the roof is changed in its dimension and thickness. The porch has been has lost its enclosure, and now we have stairs extending down. Another photograph of it. Underneath is a garbage enclosure, and the applicant is proposing to make changes to this, including extending the porch over in this direction, as well as enclosing a door. This door, this is the carport. The porch is here behind here and would be extended in this direction over here. And oops. This photograph is shown because it is a gate that was approved on the property in 2017, and the proposed materials are in this vein. So it's the materials are intended to match the already existing structures on the site. Here, getting into the proposal, I think I'll turn it over to the applicant. More details. That's Alex Solorzano. I also did want to mention he had one point that didn't make it into the staff report. It was the addition of two non-visible skylights in the non-contributing house. So I'd like to hand it over to the applicant now.
Okay, applicant, would you please have Melissa swear you in?
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Carly, I just want to mention that I am not going to be presenting. I am traveling at the moment, but the owners are going to be presenting. Todd Derryberry and or John Derryberry.
Okay, can they please get moved over and get sworn in?
I believe that was Todd Stanley. Is that right?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Todd Stanley. Yeah.
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, I will swear you in as well. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Todd Stanley, and my address is 600 Camino Monte, Seoul, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
Thank you.
Mr. Stanley, do you have a presentation or shall I share mine?
Yes, I could share my screen. Let's see. Share. Oh, and I guess I could do you. So yeah, the proposal here is a new rear porch and a shade structure and skylights on a non-contributing structure. This is the location with just the aerial view. And I know we were just looking at some of the photos of the house. So I'll go ahead and this is the street view right in the front. This is the southwest facade from the rear. And then here is the carport. And we are proposing to enclose this door and just stucco and patch to match the existing house. And this is the current shade structure that's in pretty bad shape, and on both angles. And then the stairs are also getting to be in pretty bad shape. So our proposal was to remove the existing shade structure. And I'll show you what we're proposing in a couple of slides. And then this is the material palette that we're going to echo and use in the back as well. These are the historical photos. And we've got the north elevation and the south elevation. And I know we were just looking at this. This was the enclosed sun porch that was opened up, and then they added stairs. And this is the overall site plan. And let me see if I can. So, and then here is the existing stairs and the structure, the shade structure. And so this is the floor plan. So our proposal is to extend and build a deck that, and also create a little pass-through right off of the carport that allows you to kind of access the back here as well. We're proposing to relocate the stairs down the back side of the carport. And then this is the proposed roof plan. And so our proposal is to remove the existing shade structure and replace it with a freestanding pergola out of the weathered steel, echoing the front gate material. And this is the west elevation looking back at the house. So you can see the existing structure here. And then that would be removed. And then the freestanding pergola would rise above. And then the stairs, we're proposing again, the stairs to go down the backside of the carport. The existing structure or the existing storage would remain. We're essentially just extending out over it. And this is the north elevation. And then this is the south elevation. And then the materials or the finishes and fixtures are again, Corten or weathered steel, echoing the front, and the same, keeping with the same color scheme of the existing property, the existing finishes. And then we would have a thermally modified ash deck, and the guardrail would also be Corten steel or weathered steel. And I think that is the end of what we have.
Well, thank you. That was extraordinarily clear, and I really appreciate the renderings that you showed us. That makes it very easy to understand what you're doing.
Thank you.
Does anyone on the board have questions of staff or the applicant? Does anyone? Okay, let's move to the public hearing. Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment? I hear nobody.
No hands.
So we'll come back to the board, and Member Guida.
Chair Katz, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, go right ahead.
Case 2022. First of all, I just think it's a really handsome project and really well done proposal. So thank you. Case 2022-005-026 Hdrb 600 Camino del Monte, Seoul. I move that the board approve this project as submitted in agreement with staff's recommendation.
Larson seconds.
Excellent. Okay, we have a roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck
Thank you
with your
so
project.
much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to case 2022-005027 Hdrb at 30 El Caminito. May we have the presentation from staff?
Yes. This is 830 El Caminito. The board reviewed a case for status in the former hearing. This is a significant property due to the very unusual tower structure. The garage here is the garage we're discussing today. It has a contributing status with this front facade designated primary. That's the west facade. This is the side view. Here's the front view, front of the garage, and here is a space. Will be of interest because it's proposed that it be built upon. The applicant has prepared a slideshow, but I'm going to just go through this briefly because I want to make it clear. So there are two parts to the project. One is the remodel of the garage, and the second is the addition of a carport. Here is the elevation view. You can see that the proposed carport would exceed the height by about 6 inches of the front of the contributing garage. The historic opening would be modified to create windows. This results in the request for a couple of exceptions. At the moment, the staff does not recommend approval, finding that the criteria have not been met. This situation regarding the location of the carport is somewhat complex. It has to do with the zero lot line here and an agreement that was reached with the neighbor to construct on that lot line. That is the reason that the carport has been planned in this location. I'm going to pass it on to the applicant. Staff does not find that the exception criteria have been met. However, the board may do so upon further testimony. Otherwise, the application meets the general design standards and the district design standards.
Thank you, Daniel. Would the applicant get sworn in? And
that would be Annette Vigil.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi.
I will swear you in.
Okay.
Hi. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Annette Vigil. My address is P.O. Box 193, Tesuque, New Mexico, 87574.
Thank you.
And then do you want to share your screen?
I don't know how to do that.
Well, then why don't we use this presentation if that works for you?
Okay, the one I sent you had some corrections to
Okay,
the
then.
depth of the
All right,
port,
let me
the
pull that up.
carport.
Okay, just a moment. I need to
Okay.
just access that.
Okay.
Just loading. So you just let me know when I should go to the next slide.
Okay, go down to where okay, so there's the the site plans existing and proposed, you'll see that I had to maintain a 20-foot setback from Camino Rancheros, I guess, right? Is that the Rancheros or Ranchitos? I believe is the road that is west of the project. I think it's Rancheros. Anyway, I had to decrease the depth of the carport so that the corner, the southernmost corner, was 20 feet away from the property line. So it's shallower in depth than the one that was we had originally applied for. You can see that on the one, go to the one right before that, the existing and proposed site plans. If you can zoom in, you can see the dimensions. I don't know if they're clear. Yeah, the pixels get kind of obscure, but the south corner is 20 feet from the property line, that southwest corner. And the reason we would like to have it located there is there's really no other place to be able to put this to get access into the carport. I've tried to locate it detached and put it on the southern portion of the lot, but it's not wide enough to allow for 2 cars. Plus, it does away with the little open space that's available. They have a sculpture in there, and it would totally remove it from view. It would be behind the garage or the carport. I think having it against that retaining wall would give the storage at the back a little bit more security, make it a little more difficult for break-ins. I had Noah Burke and I had initially reviewed this, and it was prior to a historical review input. So we went through the whole process of getting a lot line affidavit with the neighbors that took months. So to have it located anywhere else would probably, I don't know how that would go. It just made sense to do it here and keep it as minimal on the sight line as possible by doing a carport as opposed to a garage with doors and solid a solid face on that west facade. It still does allow, I think, for the office renovation to still appear more dominant than, even though it's a little shallower and it's a little lower in height, it's still visual. I think the eye goes to the left portion of the project. And I lowered the header as low as I could. They have SUVs and they have ski racks and stuff, so they wanted me to put in for an 8-foot header height so that we could get vehicles in and out of the carport. It's difficult because of the location of the access to the driveway. There's not a lot of options for getting vehicles in and out of here. I think there's an acequia and rock wall that would have to be demolished if we were to try to consider an alternative. And so that was why we kept it as close. That's why we attached it to the garage that we want to turn into an office. And we're coming in from that office. Hopefully you don't have a problem with that, because we're coming in off that upper level. We have to raise the roof there a few feet just to get headroom for the door. And then we step down to the lower level. You'll see that on the proposed elevations. I think the change in the massing gives it a little more interest than if it were all at one elevation height. I think it's a little further down, one more down. I'll keep going.
I'm
Proposed.
sorry, and go to your presentation.
I think you're on a different one. somewhere. Okay, okay. There it is. There it is right there. So that the north side, you'll see where we step it up to accommodate the entrance off that upper level. And I understand that the staff recommends that the addition not be any more than 50% of the existing structure, but at some point we have to make allowances for modern uses. And this site doesn't, it doesn't allow many options. And if you want, at one point you wondered if we could keep the doors and perhaps create windows within that door. And it was something I discussed with the builder, and we could consider that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
No, I think that's about it.
Okay. Member Guida, you have some questions?
Yeah, and I guess my first question is for Daniel. The historic report seems to predate other additions that were made to the house. And so I'm curious to know what makes this house significant. The report crosses out significant and says it's noteworthy. And under words, and if previous additions were approved by this board, why would you recommend not making any additional changes now?
Well, the status is based on our database and our GIS system. There hasn't been any motion to change to reduce the status of the structure from significant. That involves a downgrade that the board has to approve. My understanding is that this building has a unique history and structure that warrants its significant status. In this case, the property contains two structures with different historic status. The garage has a contributing status and should be viewed as separately from the main house in terms of its status. Otherwise, I think if they both had a significant status, then one might look at them as a single entity. And in this case, it's clear that they have two different status, and therefore I would argue that the garage should be viewed separately from the main house. Given that background, there are clear code requirements as to how to respond to a contributing structure, and we have applied those rules. They include protecting the primary facade and not constructing an addition that exceeds the size of the contributing structure by 50%, or building on in front of it. In this case, usually it should be 10 feet back. So those are just simple applications of the code as it exists.
So significant or not, where the house doesn't matter in this case, you're focusing on a contributing garage for the primary facade. I don't have a particularly high opinion of contributing garages. What I see tonight is a very sensitive project that, in terms of the overall of the property, doesn't negatively impact the status of the house, and even beyond status, just the kind of appearance of the house. It's the features that are noted as being important are not taken away from. There's no negative impact by this proposal. Even if we were to just view the contributing garage, to me, it's neither here nor there. There's, this thing is set, its facade is set out from the facade of the garage. While it may not be 10 feet, there are extenuating circumstances. That garage is still legible as is its original opening. So on the whole, I find this to be a non-controversial proposal.
Thank you. Are there comments from anyone else on the board? I tend to agree with Member Guido largely on the project. I would, however, it's one thing to sort of encroach or to abut, I should say, the primary facade. It's another thing to so radically change it as to turn the doors into the window. And I would suggest that they could keep the doors. The doors have windows in them, which would, I think, help with the light. And so I would suggest that we retain the doors as they are from the outside. And
well, would it be
yes.
possible? Would it be possible for us to modify them to allow some operable windows within? Because those doors, I think it looks like those were done maybe in the 80s. Those aren't old. You can see in the previous photographs that Daniel had that I believe there were solid. There were no
Right.
fenestrations at all. So I don't mind keeping the doors, but we would like to be able to put operable windows in for ventilation on the portion that we're going to keep as windows. And
That
we
makes
could,
sense.
yeah, I would
Okay.
do that.
Okay, did we have comments from the public yet?
We have not.
Well, then let us have that now. Is there anyone from the public who would help us?
I have Stephanie Benonato.
Well, thank you, Stephanie.
Well, we'll see if my comment is helpful or not. I totally endorse the idea of keeping the doors and of course, making the windows operable to make it habitable. I don't think really a hardship really has been shown in terms of needing a carport that is that big. And it would certainly be better if it could be not beyond or proud of the garage, but behind it slightly, if it could be possible, and perhaps moving the storage so that you could get those few more inches of setback. So it's, not proud of the primary facade on a contributing building. And again, I don't think hardship has been met. I know you want to make it more livable, but I think the carport could be a lot smaller and still be quite usable and making it more habitable, livable, and modern.
Well, there is the image that Daniel has on here. The image is
I believe you're muting yourself.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. The PowerPoint that I sent to Daniel today showed that carport. It's back about 2 feet from the images he had presented. I was able to get rid of one of the storage units. We may be able to get rid of both of them, or certainly make them more shallow. But we were thinking about at least 18 feet to get a vehicle in there fully under the carport. But we may have to alter that too. It's not that proud. It's only proud by, I think, a foot or so. And in order to maintain the required setback from the street,
I think actually it's not.
can you?
Is there some reason why you couldn't go back 2 feet or 3 feet further to have it slightly behind the garage? It would eliminate the storage, but you're asking for an exception to build next to a primary facade, and there's some question about that. And you would still be asking for an exception because you wouldn't be 10 feet back, but it would make quite a big difference in the look.
Let me, let's see, let me go to my floor plans. So the carport itself, the depth of the carport from the inside face of the carport to the storage is 17 feet. That's pretty shallow for a carport. Part of why we're leaving that storage there is because there's going to be some steps that have to be structurally maintained to accommodate the footings of the retaining wall. So we're not going to be able to pull back to the back wall. So I made this as shallow as I could, and in one half I took the storage out totally so that we could get back a little further. I've just got this back about as far as I can.
Could you explain? I'm not understanding what steps or what prevents you from going right back to the wall there.
The retaining wall?
Yeah.
If you'll look at if you'll look at the existing photographs, do you see the stepped retaining walls in the photographs? We're going to have to deal with that. Once we take that grade away, there's going to be exposed earthwork on the other side of that retaining wall that we're going to have to construct a footing for to hold it in place. So
right,
it's going
but
to
then wouldn't that footing be 8 inches wide or something? And then you'd have right up against...
No. The engineer would have to tell us. It would come out quite a bit. I've done this before in situations where we've created a space adjacent to a retaining wall like this. And I don't know what it would be, but it's going to be more than 8 inches for sure. And it will step up. It'll almost be a banco. In fact, it would be, because it would be the footing, and then it would, so it would prevent us from going all the way to that back wall. If we had to, I guess I could talk to and see if we could just make it flush with the study, but that seems to me to be, I would rather, is there any way we could bring the west facade of the study out beyond? Would you allow us to do that? Because
no,
that would.
Chair Katz.
That's a primary facade.
Chair Katz.
Yes.
I have my hand raised.
Yes.
Yes.
In the interest of time, I would prefer not to workshop applicants' designs during a hearing. I think that's primarily the job of applicants and staff. I don't think we're going to get anywhere talking about footings or engineering during a historic review meeting. I find this to be a wholly sensitive and smart proposal. We have an exceptions process for exactly these kinds of extenuating circumstances. And that is not only for the dimensions of the garage, but also for the treatment of the primary facade of the contributing garage. I think what is proposed is preferable to leaving the garage door in place and exposing 3 garage doors to the street like it's some kind of mega mansion. I am fully in support of the proposal as drawn, and I would be happy to make a motion in this case.
Okay, when that time comes, I will ask you to do that. Are there any other questions of the applicant from the board? Okay, did we do the public hearing?
Yes.
I want to verify, Chair, that we completed it. I think the applicant jumped in and it started answering.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, is there any other comments from the public, please?
I have Stephanie Benonato still has her hand raised, but I believe I think we completed her comment. But I can.
Stephanie, have you finished? I guess so. Okay, well, we'll come back to the board. Does anyone from the board have any other discussion? Okay, it looks like not. Member Guida, you have a motion to make.
Thank you. Case 2022-005027 Hdrb 830 El Caminito. I move that the board approve the project as submitted, finding that the exception criteria have been met.
Larson seconds.
Member Bichak.
I think because staff did not agree that the exception criteria have been met, we need to state for the record what testimony changes that.
Okay. So to itemize those one by one, it does not damage, I agree that it does not damage the character of the district. The applicant's proposal is sensitive in scale and in articulation to the district. Required to prevent a hardship. Hardship is, I agree with the applicant that the limits of the site provide a hardship. And on case or on item 3, strengthen the unique heterogeneous character of the city by full range of design options. It's clear that the applicant looked through several different design options and is proposing the one that works within these constraints.
Mr. Chair, there
Yes.
are two different exceptions that probably should be addressed if we want to be correct. One is for changing the primary facade. And the other is, I think, the one that Mr. Guido was referring to, which has to do with the carport.
So, Mr. Guida, could you deal with the removal of the doors of the garage or turning them into operable windows, but leaving the doors there meet the exception?
Yes. Replacing the door with a window does not damage the character of the district in case, in fact, what we described, leaving the door would be a worse outcome. Required to prevent a hardship. This is really the only portion of the property that where habitable space can be obtained. So I find that that has been met, and strengthen the unique heterogeneous character of the district by providing a full range of design options. We discussed those design options. This seems to be the preferable one.
Thank you. Okay, Member Beachside.
Just a comment. I do agree with what's been stated. I think these changes, well, I think that probably a status should have been downgraded before these changes were proposed. That wasn't brought before the board. But definitely with these changes, there remains no primary facade. I would not say retains its contributing status, but probably shouldn't have had it in the first place. So just something for the record.
Okay, thank you. I believe we're ready for a roll call vote.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Moving on to case number 2022-005030, Hdrb at 440 Aseki Madre. May we have the staff report on that, please?
Chair. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. 440 Acequia Madre is a building within the Plaza Chamisal compound, associated with Catherine Stinson Otero, who was an architect, designer, and had a role in all the dwellings in this compound. So this is the this is off Acequia Madre, and this is the entrance, and right to your left is the subject property. This is a survey of the Plaza Chamisal site. This up is north, so we just looked in, and this is the subject property. It's an approximately 300 square feet building. It's designated contributing to the downtown and the East Side Historic District. The original house was built between 1942 and 1944 and is an adobe Spanish Pueblo Revival style building with flat roofs and parapets. Changes to the house include portal carport remodels in the 1970s and the 1990s. An addition was constructed between 1998 and the 2000s to the east elevation at the 0 lot line. A new wooden multi-light fixed window was added on the northern end facade of the west elevation. It's actually this window right here. The south elevation ramada was built in 2000, or was revised in 2000. Its historic low yard wall and gates were built at the same time as the original and extend from the building's northwest corner across the west elevation, enclosing a courtyard. The applicant has provided a floor plan showing the progression of additions and alterations. The diagram with the carport highlighted in red. The applicant currently requests a primary facade designation and to demolish the carport on the north elevation. This carport. The west elevation has been referred to in a 1998 case as primary. However, there's no record of this in the 1998 case files other than the applicant's proposal letter alluding to this in the 1998 board case. The house's front entrance is on the west elevation. This is the entrance. The west elevation consists of 5 continuous facades, and staff recommends that as a whole, this elevation embodies the characteristics of a Spanish Pueblo Revival style building, including the wall dominated individual block massing with rounded corners, flat roof, parapet, and an inset portal with corbels and beams. The proposal to demolish the carport is as follows. The applicant believes that the carport was built in the 1960s and remodeled in the 1970s and 1992. The carport is dashed in on the 1994 HIP-P. Per the standards for demolition, for determining whether a request for demolition in a historic district should be approved or denied, the board considers the criteria of whether the structure is of an historical importance, whether the structure for which demolition is requested is an essential part of a unique street section or block front, and whether the street section or block front will be reestablished by a proposed structure. And finally, the state of repair or structural stability of the structure under consideration. The applicant has provided responses, and staff has to these criteria in your proposal letter. I have included the applicant's elevations of the house that I'm going to briefly show you so you can see this more clearly. This is the front, and there's the carport. This is the south elevation. And this is the north elevation showing the carport. The east elevation is a zero lot line with the neighbors, so it's not visible. And here are some additional photographs of the building. This is the south elevation, as I showed you before. And I've marked the facades on these. We can go back through with the facade diagram that's in your packet. This is the north elevation, east end facade. This is the south-facing facade on the west elevation, believed to be the original, or the one set of front doors. This is the portal, which is facades 4 and 5. And this is facade 6. This is the facade diagram in your packet, and staff is recommending the west elevation, which is the front elevation that includes facades number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. With respect to the carport's history, referring to the HIP-P, which is in your packet, the carport is dashed out on the 1990, I believe this is the 1994 survey. And it does not appear to be the same footprint as it is today. It is the window on the west elevation that has been changed is noted here, the large multi-pane window west installed 1992, and it refers to the 1992 carport may be larger than the carport shown on the 1978 survey map. Comments include that the modern two-car carport is out of proportion for the house, and the large multi-pane window recently installed northwest side does retain its rustic appearance. And the applicant will be able to provide more information, and I will keep the screen up with the photographs and turn it over back to the chair.
Thank you, Angela. I have a question about the little nub of the south facade that seems to be part of the original house.
The south facade. Back to the facade diagram. Okay, the little nub of the south facade.
Yes.
You have facade 5, which faces west.
I'm talking about 6 that faces south.
Yes. That is a facade.
I know it's a facade. The question is, would it be appropriate that it be primary also, since it appears to be part of the original house?
Staff recognizes that and potentially agrees that it could be primary.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions for staff, or should we go to the applicant? I don't see anyone itching to talk, so let's go to the applicant. Please come forward and get sworn in.
Okay.
Hi. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Gayla Bechtel, 1813 Hunnell Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
Thank you.
Good evening, Gayla.
Good evening.
What can you tell us?
I would like to share my screen just to show you two photographs of the Southwest. Let's see, let me just concentrate on that for a second. Okay. Just leave it here. These are photographs from the 1993 and the 1978 Higbees. And the 1978 photograph, you can see the vigas that were on the portal that are no longer there. These windows have changed size. There's no longer flagstone sills. That's 1978. On the 1993 photograph showing the south elevation, I think the vigas are still there on the portal, but the ramada, as you can see, is a different ramada than we have now. And the windows behind the ramada, at the moment, they are three windows that are made of the lower sash of a double hung window put in at high, fixed. And the window consultant, Ray Patterson, felt like that they had filled in a garage door of some kind at some point. And it appears to me here that there are even different windows, but I wouldn't argue that it's not part of the west facade, this piece of it. I think that it's correct, even though all the windows have changed on the facade, the massing maintains its integrity, and it's quite a lovely structure. So
Thank
that's
you.
all I have to add.
Okay, any questions of the applicant's representative? Seeing none, let us go to public comment. Does anyone have some public comment?
Stephanie Benonato.
Stephanie?
Hi, Stephanie Benonato. I would hope that you would designate at least 1 through 5. I'm understanding that 6 has really been changed a lot. So even though it seems to be part of the original house, and I'm not sure just not having vigas really means that it shouldn't be a primary facade, because people do have to cut off vigas and cap them and do all kinds of things to prevent dry rot. And we're always talking about how we had to maintain and adapt to changing conditions. So, but it does sound like things have gotten filled in and are somewhat different than they were. So 1 through 5 at least, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. That's helpful. Appreciate it. Anyone else from the public?
I see no hands, Chair.
Okay. Member Beachside, you have your hand up.
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
In case number 2022-005030, Hdrb at 440 Acequia Madre, I move to designate facades numbers 1 through 6 as primary on this contributing structure, and to approve the demolition of the carport, noting that the criteria for demolition have been met, and to thank the applicant for her analysis and information on the property. It's very helpful.
Do we have a second? We appear not to have a second.
Guido would second with a friendly amendment to exclude facade 6.
I accept that as friendly. Thank you.
Okay. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Laura.
Thanks very much.
Okay, moving on to case number 2022-005025 at 619 Acequia Madre. May we have staff's report on that, Daniel?
Yes. So 619 Asiki Imagery is again a returning case. Rather, an address that we saw in the last hearing where you designated the primary facades.
I'm sorry, Daniel, can you try lowering your volume just a bit? We're getting a lot of feedback. See if that works.
This is the site plan. The proposal involves three fairly discrete projects. One is an addition on non-primary facades here in the back, in the northwest. The addition or reconstruction of the portal and the construction of a new garage and also the wall. Here are the elevations existing and proposed is below. You can see here there's a raised portion where the addition would be. This portal that we saw for, which is not included in the primary status, would be removed and replaced with this new portal. And new walls would be constructed, including these little planters here. This is a non-historic wall. Here's again, this is the rear north elevation. And then we have a historic and newly designated contributing wall, which the applicant has proposed to remove and replace with a wall that would be set back from the street and would exceed the maximum allowable height. The board, the staff does not find that the exception criteria have been met in regards to this wall. Although to clarify the staff report, it does find that it's been met in regard to the portal. But the board may see it differently upon further testimony. I'd like to hand over to Richard Martinez for further clarification.
And he's been brought over.
Frank, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Hopefully you could all read my lips. Richard, could you get sworn in?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Richard Martinez. My address is 1524 Paseo de Peralta, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
What can you tell us, Richard?
I'm going to share my screen now. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to talk about the three different things. First of all, I'm going to talk about the changes that we proposed for the house itself. Then I'm going to talk about the garage, and then I'm going to talk about the wall in the front. On the house itself, the house right now consists of a living room with a porch outside the entry to the living room, and then the addition or a change in the ceiling of the kitchen, and then an enclosed porch on the end of the kitchen. We are asking to add to the house. Oops, I'm sorry. Hold on just a second. Add to the house an addition to the back of the kitchen reconfigured the kitchen itself and changed the window in the front facade and put a parapet on top of the window. I mean, on top of that mast. Right now, that mast, it's right here. It has a ceiling or a ceiling structure that sticks out and forms a little overhang, as opposed to what is happening in the living room and the garage and the dining room. And so we're proposing to actually put a parapet on that facade and take away the window of the enclosed portal, and then replace the window on the actual kitchen facade. I have some other options of replacing that window. In the dining room, we're proposing also, it has a metal window, and we're proposing to replace that window with a wood clad window of the same of a expanded area. We're proposing to leave the door and the screen door with the lightning design, and then replace the window that goes into the living room, which is a metal window, which is very unstable. I can actually move it with my hand, and I would like to replace that window and then replace the window around the corner with a door. You'll see in our plan we have that, and then we're proposing to replace the portal outside of the entryway with one that is more in keeping with the style of the house, and one that is not falling down, and one that is not so low that you're in danger of hitting your head on the top. And as you saw in the photograph, it has actually a part of it that is falling. Hold on just a second. Let me just. Oops. That's the facade of that portal, and you can see that it's lowered there, and we propose to raise it up. And then you can see the kitchen overhang and the enclosed porch window. I want to read something from the window report that we got from Ray Patterson. He says these windows are some of them are historic, but he says, please note that the steel windows D and E, the windows on the living room and on the dining room, are not energy efficient and will continue to conduct the heat and cold. They will also condensate on the inside, which will cause the interior wall, plaster, and exterior stucco damage, which the integrity of the wall and structure is far more important than a window that was done in a remodel in the later years of this home. Other windows and doors could be replaced, but only like and kind of that era and according to historic requirements of the property location. We're planning to do just that. And then we are planning to also, I'm going to go back to the plan. We're planning also to add a garage, a single car garage next to the east elevations, Calle Corvo, which would have a portal on it that matches the portal that we proposed for the front of the house. And as you might imagine, the private area of the house, or the usable area, is located in the front of the house. And so we would like these two portals that would face that area and make a nice area that that can be used by by the owners. We also propose, let's see, hold on just a second. I want to go back to the site plan. Right now, the front wall, as you can see, the front wall that goes along the street of Aceque Madre has these little protrusions, these buttresses that preclude anybody from walking along that side. You have to go into the street to walk along. And one of the proposals that we have is that we would actually extend the sidewalk, which ends at the edge of our property. Along the property, it would be, we propose it in brick with a stone planter that would only be 2 feet high, and then an adobe wall behind it with an entrance, a gate from Aceque Madre, which the wall does not have now. Also, I'm showing the visibility triangle because it's very difficult to see around the corner right now when you're coming. In our packet, we had a letter from one of the neighbors. And I'm going to have Joseph Carnes, the lawyer, who is written the criteria, and I want to have him address this. But what I wanted to say was, this is the window of the kitchen from the inside, and there's a window that is on the side of the kitchen that is inside now because of this enclosed portal that is outside of the kitchen. And one of the possibilities is to actually refurbish that window and relocate it, or maybe expand it for 3 bays and use one of these sashes that is on the inside, so that we can actually use that as our window. The other thing is that this is the wall on this other thing. We're proposing that we have a planter, that we have the sidewalk go through here, and that the planter on the side, actually, I had it in my packet as brownstone, stacked brownstone. But one of the neighbors was pointing out to me that there is a tradition of using this river rock on the street and on Aceque Madre. And so I would like to propose that we have river rock as our planter wall, because I'm proposing that to be in stone as well. Finally, we had a illustration done of the wall as we're proposing it. I mean, as the sidewalk as we're proposing it. And I'm doing it with showing a photograph of the existing wall and a rendering of what we're proposing. And you can see that the neighbor's mailbox is there for some scale and to try to give a viewpoint for all of this. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Joseph Carnes.
Thank you, Richard. Joseph, could you come forward and get sworn in? And
certainly. Thank you, Chair Katz.
Hi. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Joseph Carnes, Summer Carnes and Associates, P.O. Box 2476, Santa Fe. Chair Katz, members of the board, I'm here to address only the second exception criteria as it pertains to the proposed removal of the contributing wall from the south and east property lines, which exception criteria Mr. Schwab disagreed with. The relevant part of that criteria requires that the applicant conclusively demonstrate that the exception is required to, quote, prevent an injury to the public welfare. I was prepared to make the case tonight that there is an ongoing injury to the public welfare that's existed for a long time. But instead, in reading the staff report, I agree with this part of Mr. Schwab's staff report stating that there is no doubt that the traffic situation at Acequia Madre and Calle Corvo, quote, is very bad and in need of urgent mitigation. I also agree with him that the safety of public streets is the city's responsibility. What I disagree with is Mr. Schwab's apparent conclusion that because fixing the streets is the city's responsibility, that the applicant's proposed action could not prevent an injury to the public welfare. He's saying by definition, since it's the city's responsibility to maintain and design and care for the streets, that something the applicant does could not prevent an injury to the public welfare. That is not what the criteria says. The criteria only requires that the exception prevent an injury to the public welfare. That's exactly what removing the wall and constructing the sidewalk and planter that Richard is proposing will do. The applicable test is simple. Does the proposed exception prevent an injury to the public welfare? The answer to this question is clearly yes, and it is a good and proper reason to approve this requested exception. The alternative of leaving the wall in place would perpetuate the ongoing injury to the public welfare, and the applicants rejected that option because they want to do what they can to improve the, quote, very bad situation that is in need of urgent mitigation, as the staff report described it. So based on the foregoing, Chair Katz and members of the board, we respectfully ask that you approve this exception request along with the balance of the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph. Okay, does anyone on the board have questions of either the applicant or staff? Okay, it looks like not. Am I not? Okay. In that case, let's go to the public hearing. Does anyone from the public have any comments?
We do. We have Ross Nelson.
Well, Mr. Melton, please come forward and get sworn in.
Sorry, hello, I can hear you.
Good.
Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ross Nelson. I live at 345 Plaza Ballantine, Santa Fe.
Thank you.
So I live 1 block away from the intersection of Calle Corvo and Acequia Madre, and I walk up and down Acequia Madre every day, enjoying the beautiful area in the neighborhood. When this property was discussed in the last design review, and again just now, Richard Martinez has pointed out the fact that the wall along Acequia Madre is very close to the street and creates a very difficult situation for pedestrians in the area. So after the last meeting, I went out and measured and found that the walkable shoulder along that wall in the section where this property is only 12 inches wide on the side that the property is on. And on the other side of the street, the shoulder falls off immediately into the Acequia. So although Daniel Schwab stated that the problem is not the wall in the last meeting, he said the street is much wider than it needs to be. If you look at the street, which I measured, it's only 15 feet wide. And from the information I can find, according to the Santa Fe County records, they believe that a local street should have lane widths of at least 10 feet each. So since Acequia Madre is a 2-lane road, that means that Acequia Madre is already 25% narrower than the Santa Fe County standard. I couldn't find a reference for the city of Santa Fe, but I assume that it's similar. So this means that this is a dangerous situation. Neighbors walking in the street in the morning and the evening and children walking to school have to either navigate a 12-inch shoulder on the side of the property that is in question, or they have to walk in the middle of the street. And Sequia Madre is a through street, and it's the only street that provides access to the school and to the historic East Side district. So if the owners of 619 are willing to consider moving the wall to create a sidewalk, I believe the city should do everything in its power to support that. The current situation is dangerous, and eventually a pedestrian will get seriously hurt.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that comment. Is there anyone else from the public who has comment?
We have Stephanie Benonato.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Let's hear what you have to say.
Stephanie Benonato. I don't have any problems with the other proposals for the house changes, really, but I do have problems with this wall. I understand that people want a sidewalk there, but really there's like 2 places down that entire strip where you have to step around the buttress, basically. And I think it's been this way for quite some time, and no one's been injured so far. I can understand wanting the sidewalk, but really, this looks so generic, excuse me, but really looks generic, and it takes over the landscape in a way that the other wall does not. And I really would say that if you're going to allow this for the safety, reasons, that at least the wall be not higher than actually allowed, which you can see on the rendering and the photograph. It looks like almost 1.5 to 2 feet higher than what the existing wall is, which is quite a sturdy wall. It's not a low wall like on Plaza Valentin. And so again, I'm urging that if you go with this design, that you at least keep the wall to the current height and do not allow it to be higher. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
We now have A.L. Perez.
Okay, A.L. Perez, please get sworn in and tell us what you can tell us.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Hello?
Are you muted?
Seem to be unmuted.
Is there anyone there? This is not seeming to work.
I know that that Robin and Albert Perez were planning to speak at this. They own the house at on Plaza Valentine at the corner of Sequia Madre, the wall that I just showed you with the stone base. And Albert told me that he has been hit by the mirror of a car when he was walking on this street and had to go in the street to pass.
Okay, well, thank you. I guess for some reason we can't hear it from him. So if there's no one else wanting to talk from the public, I would close the public hearing now and bring it back to the board for discussion.
We have a second, Ross Nelson. I believe that we've heard from Ross Nelson already. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Anthony?
I believe Daniel's had his hand up for some time. Daniel, did you have?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Daniel.
Okay, Daniel?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I just wanted to say I do appreciate the concerns, the safety concerns. I don't know if the board has questions about this regarding the wall in particular. From the perspective of a traffic planner, we have a undoubtedly dangerous situation that is a result of traffic planning that is probably 50 years behind. There are
I'm sorry. Daniel?
tried methods for traffic calming and
We-
for, you know.
Daniel, I need to
conceptual-
stop you there. We as HPD staff are not speaking to traffic planning.
I'm a
That is
professional
not,
traffic planner with international experience, so I'm just bringing that to the attention of the board.
I understand, but in the role of HPD staff, that is not what we are making our judgments based on, and we cannot speak to that in a public hearing.
Okay, is there anything else you have, Daniel?
On that topic or a different topic?
I think that topic is not one that we're going to take up at this point in front of this board. Is there any other aspect of your report that you, or the comments that you've heard that you wanted to respond to?
No.
Okay. Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Katz. I agree with the applicant, and I think this traffic discussion is well beyond the scope of this board, of city staff and the historic division, and I think that the timeline for such things is so kind of unknowable and so long. It's clear to me that when we look at these responses to the exception criteria, both in terms of the house and the portal, and staff agrees with the entire discussion of the portal, that's in line with what we talked about when we designated the facade here and excluding that. I would also agree with the applicant's responses to the question of the windows, repairable or not. I don't remember them being a significant part of the discussion in terms of contributing features to that south facade of the house. And so I would support and would agree with the exception criteria as articulated by the applicant for replacing those few metal windows, which seem to be quite idiosyncratic and not part of the character defining features of the house. They're just simply old. As far as this wall goes, we've already talked about traffic considerations. I think, overall, this is a very sensitive response, architecturally, formally, in terms of what it contributes to the streetscape, and also in terms of the safety quotient. So I'm very supportive of this project as submitted.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Thank you. I just would like to hear from the applicant about the new wall that's proposed as a replacement for this wall. It's a 6-foot wall where the allowable height is 4'9". I wonder if you would tell us what the height of the current wall is, and if you would consider maintaining that height as the maximum. It also seems a little, maybe you could speak to this as well. I think the garage is right on the corner of Calle Corvo and Ezequiel Madre, where the concern is with the safety, and adding a garage there seems just to make that situation more difficult.
Okay, thank you. I think, let me add a comment before I give Richard an opportunity to talk further. Coming down Ezequiel Madre to the going west, you go by the school, and then the road gets quite a bit narrower right at this corner. And the wall at that corner is low, so that someone making a turn from Calle Corvo onto Ezequiel Madre to the west can actually see whether there's a car coming at them. And the result is that as you come by, there's an openness, you see the house, you don't feel hemmed in. And I think that putting the garage there will just completely change that and sort of just like block off in a fairly high way. I think the garage is fairly tall, perhaps taller than it needs to be. And I find that sad. And I do agree with Jennifer that I don't, I think it's admirable of the owners to give the city and the neighbors a sidewalk that will actually work. And I don't oppose their doing that, but I don't see why, in return for allowing them to remove a contributing wall, I would think that it could be rebuilt at the same height. And I don't see a reason why it couldn't. Richard.
Yes, the wall is now like, it varies in height. Part of it is like 4 feet 9 and part of it is 3 feet. I'm proposing that it be a 6-foot wall, but that there be a 2-foot planter in front of it. So from the street side, it doesn't feel any taller than it is right now. And we are also going to plant that area between the sidewalk and the wall so that it is not so prominent. This property, as you can see, the house occupies the very back of the property. And so the usable space is in the front. And so what I'm trying to do is to actually contain that space and be able to use it. And this wall and this entrance off of Acequia Madre is part of that strategy. The garage is intended to be back from the visibility triangle. This is a 25-foot by 25-foot visibility triangle at the corner, which is the regulated City of Santa Fe requirement for visibility around corners. And I'm proposing that just the planter go around that corner so that the garage does not encroach on that area at all. And so I'm proposing, and the garage is not higher than the house itself. You can see that in the elevations. The garage is not especially tall. I made it as low as I could with the garage door, the single garage door going into the garage. And
how tall is it, Richard?
It is. I want to say something, but I want to check the elevations because I have it drawn on the elevations and labeled. So here you see the garage. The dotted line is the actual ceiling, and then the parapet is beyond it. I think it is. Daniel, can you help me out? I don't know what I asked for in my letter. Hold on just a second. It'll take me just a second to find it.
Is there some reason why the parapet is so high?
No, that's the bottom. That's the bearing height, the dotted line. So the parapet is only a couple of feet. It's not especially high. 12 feet is the height of the garage to the top of the parapet. And the allowable is 14.7.
Thank you. Okay, do you have further comment, Richard?
I don't know. I believe I answered all of Jennifer's questions. If there's anything else, I'll be happy to address it.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else wanting to talk? Okay, what's the board's pleasure? Member Guida?
Let's make a motion.
Please.
So case 2022-005-025 Hdrb, 619 Sequia Madre. I would ask for the support of board colleagues in case I miss anything. I'm going to move that the board approve the project as submitted, finding that the exception criteria have been met. I'll first address the portal and the windows. I agree wholeheartedly with staff's recommendations. They are in agreement with the applicant on all of the portal questions, and I agree that they've been met. On the question of the windows, I do not agree that these are character defining, even though they are on a primary facade. And so for do not damage the character of the district, I agree that changing these windows out would not do that. For preventing a hardship or injury to the public welfare, I see no injury to the public welfare from changing these windows. And I'm sympathetic to the hardship of energy efficiency. And on 3, strengthen the unique heterogeneous character of the city by providing a full range of design options. The applicant has clearly thought about the design and put some great effort into the revised design for the window placement. On the question of the wall and the exception criteria there, I would say that the revised wall, both in terms of its height and its placement, does not damage the character of the district, mainly because it replicates the original design and still contributes to that streetscape in a similar way. 2, required to prevent a hardship to the applicant or an injury to the public welfare. I agree wholeheartedly with the applicant and their attorney that the injury it's preventing an injury to the public welfare. This is actually a thoughtful thing to do as a homeowner in this neighborhood to increase the safety of that corner and of the streetscape and pedestrianscape. And then lastly, strengthens the unique and heterogeneous character of the city by providing a full range of design options. Again, I believe that the design is considered and that the design takes advantage of the best existing characteristics of the wall and relocates it in a way and at a height that is considerate to the district and meets those district standards.
Okay. I didn't quite understand the height aspect of the wall. I think he's asking for an exception to make the wall taller than is allowed. And I didn't understand or hear why it needs to be taller than it is currently.
If I may add, I would say
that
the applicant, that because of the constraints of the site, the applicant does not have access to a private backyard. Therefore, the increase in height combined with the setback of the wall is an adequate response.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
Larson will second.
Okay, Member Beachhead.
Discussion, please. On the height of the wall, I disagree that the criteria have been met for increasing the height of the wall, as evidenced by the maximum allowable height of 4 feet 9 inches in the streetscape. Tall walls are not the norm on this street, and I'm worried that if we approve this height of wall, that provides a method for raising other walls in the streetscape, changing the way it looks by quite a bit. I think that then I understand the need for privacy. Everyone would love to have a private space. I do think that the large setback of this house provides some of that. And the street itself is just a pretty open street. We can see most of the houses as you drive or walk by. And so, yeah, I disagree on that condition.
Member Beachhead, would you propose an amendment?
Yeah, I would suggest as a friendly amendment that the new wall not exceed the allowable height of 4 feet 9 inches, and with that provision does not require the exception criteria be met.
Accepted as friendly.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? I believe we're ready for a roll call vote.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you very much, all.
Thank you very much.
Moving now to case number 2022-005023, Hdrb at 510 Apodaca Hill. May we,
I'm still on camera.
Daniel?
I've 10 Apodaca Hill. Angela, can you turn down your sound a little bit? Is part of what used to be 2 lots. No, it used to be 1 lot and was subsequently divided. Apodaca Hill is here in the right diagram, 508 in the front, 510 is in the back. And at the time of the windshield survey, the entire property was designated contributing without much investigation of the individual structures, as was the case. And now we're having a look at that individual structure in the rear. It's in a dilapidated condition. It's made of adobe, stone, and reused, or materials that are in poor repair at this point. It hasn't been inhabited for it's a decade, maybe 2 decades. And the staff is recommending that the status be reduced from contributing to non-contributing. That's my report.
Thank you, Daniel. Any questions from staff? Does the applicant, is the applicant available? And can he or she get sworn in, please?
We have Wyndham Carlisle coming over.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Wyndham Carlisle, 369 Montezuma Avenue, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501. Good evening, Acting Chair, board members and staff. This is a small and uninhabited structure that is not visible either from its own driveway or from Apodaca Hill property, as the photos show. And I'm going to share my screen for better photos. And is that visible to you now?
Yes, thank you.
So that is the same site plan that Mr. Schwab showed. And you can see that 507 Apodaca Hill is the individual property that actually fronts Apodaca Hill Street proper. And both 508 and 510 are behind it and accessed off of a driveway and not visible from any public right of way. This is a photo of the interior. It's been uninhabited for all of the 2000s and some of the 90s. And the roof and walls have not been maintained. And you can actually see in this photo that the north adobe wall is falling down and has plastic bags have been put over it to attempt to prevent it from eroding entirely. And here's another photo of the interior showing the roof in its collapsing state. There are several mechanical roof jacks in here just to hold it up at the moment. If they were removed, it would fall in on its own accord. And you saw these, I believe you were on site today and you saw the state that it's in. This is the eastern facade. And the north elevation showing the exposed adobe and failing wall, those plastic bags you can put your hand through to the interior there. This is the western elevation border that is close to 508. And that is the south elevation. So the clients are requesting that there's a view from the driveway, and Daniel showed you earlier one from the street. The clients are requesting that the status be downgraded and it be allowed for this structure to be demolished in its entirety.
Thank you. Any questions from board? Look, seeing none, we'll take it to the public for public comment. Are there any public comments?
I have Stephanie Benonato.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. What can you tell us?
Stephanie Benonato, thank you. I can see that you're going to allow this to be downgraded and demolished. What I find too bad is that there was a demolition by neglect here of a building that probably could have been contributing had it been maintained. And I would say that it's been a lot more than 10 years since somebody has actually maintained this building. And again, then people come in and they get just to knock it down and we lose another part of history. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, anyone else from the public? Seeing none, I close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for discussion or motion. Jennifer?
I'll make a motion in case number 2022-005023 Hdrb at 510 Apodaca Hill. I move to revise the historic status to non-contributing for this structure, noting that it's too bad that it's fallen into disrepair, but there's no turning back time.
Thank you.
Guido will second.
Thank you. May we have a roll call, please?
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. The motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to the next part of this case. It's a different number, 2022-005024. And the owner is proposing demolition. May we have any further comments from Daniel first?
Staff recommends approval of demolition.
Thank you. Any further comments from the applicant?
No further comments at this time, Acting Chair Katz. Thank you.
Okay. Public hearing, anyone from the public wishes to comment?
Chair, I am seeing no hands.
Okay, bring it back to the board for a motion, please. Don't be
I have my
shy.
hand up.
Thank you.
In case 2022-005024 Hdrb 510 Apodaca Hill, I move to approve the application as submitted per staff's recommendation for demolition.
Beachside will second.
Thank you. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you appreciated the pictures you showed us. Okay, our last case number 2022-004713 at 1500 Canyon Road. A significant structure. May we have staff report, please?
Yes, sir. So the applicant will give his report. This is a significant building. I've done a little bit of research I wanted to share with you, and then you can do what you like with. As far as the building is concerned, looks like this. It retains its original quadrilinear structure, morphology. Some windows have been changed, such as this one.
We're not seeing anything.
Oh,
Daniel.
sorry. Okay, hold on a second.
We are seeing something, the top half of your head.
Well, that's good. So here it is. Here's the quadrangle. The door is not a historic door, but the general form of these windows is believed to be historic. On the whole, it retains its original character. These are the windows that I mentioned that had been changed. They have the same dimensions, but are rotated 90 degrees and are non-historic. It's presumed that this window form existed here at a previous date. And that this was probably a window also at an earlier date. You can see here on the site plan that it has a very strictly formal layout. This is the front. And there are these 4 rooms and this, I think they're calling it a sala in the middle. Unfortunately, we don't have pictures of the inside, but apparently it's one of the most important parts of the structure. The applicant is requesting a few changes, and given the status, they do impact the historic protection status of the building. One is this addition on the rear. It's a bathroom. The building currently is a 1-bedroom house with 1 bathroom. Staff does not recommend that a hardship would be prevented by having 2 bathrooms, but the board may see otherwise. Other changes involve creating a portal for weather protection on the front. Staff recommends approval of that. Staff also recommends approval of these window changes that are proposed because of evidence that the window, that this, as I mentioned, was at one time a window, and therefore could be, the evidence exists to support it being reverted to a window. I'm going to skip over these plans because the applicant will go into them, I'm sure. I wanted to say something about turn roofing. The applicant is recommending replacement of this roof. The roof is over 100 years old and it is made out of what is called turn. In this particular context, if you read this here middle sentence, Americans are most familiar with the Follansbee turn metal, no longer in fabrication, which was a zinc tin alloy. It contained lead and was widely used, sold throughout the United States. Sorry, let me go back to this one. I spoke with a metal expert, a metal roofing expert in Utah. He comes from Germany, where there's significant experience and in-depth training on historic roofs. His is, I'm sure, just one opinion, but I thought I would share it, which is that there was this one company that dealt in and supplied lead, including turn metal roofs throughout America. And this is probably an example of one. It contains lead. It's been painted. And according to the applicant, the roof has been damaged because water has gotten in between the paint and the metal. The specialist that I spoke to said, looking at the photos, that it appeared that there was corrosion, but probably the metal underneath the corrosion was intact, and that a repair to some degree could be possible. He also then said that turn, outside of this definition referring to a single manufacturer, is just another word for tin. Tin, in his opinion, has a life of up to 1,000 years, which is substantiated through the use on countless European churches and other important buildings. Turn is tin. It is an expensive metal. It is the highest quality roofing metal besides copper. But the roof that you see here is not that kind of turn. It is a cheaper turn, which is mixed with lead. It is, so the applicant is proposing to replace the roof with a steel roof, a so-called bonderized steel. In the opinion of the expert that I spoke to, this was the lowest grade steel that could be used on a roof like this. Again, these are just the information that I gleaned from a single expert who deals in turn roofs in the United States. He said that you could certainly replace it with a real tin roof, which has a very nice patina. It's regarded, as I said, as the highest, aside from copper, quality roof with a several century long lifespan. This is a photo of the proposed roof, which would require an exception to change the material from the lead turn to bonderized steel. So again, those are just the opinions of one trained expert, and the applicant, I'm sure, will give you his opinion.
Thank you, Daniel. That was very helpful. Would the applicant come forward and get sworn in?
Try promoting to panelists. Let's see if we can go unmute. Richard?
Yes.
Hi, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
This is Richard Horcasitas. My address is 4401 San Pedro Drive Northeast, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87109. And also, may I introduce William Powell, and he might get sworn in. He was our architect intern that produced the drawings and helped us with measurements and that sort of thing. he may defer to some questions that might come up.
Okay, I will swear him in as well. Do
Yeah.
you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
William Powell, 1601 Don Gaspar Avenue, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you.
Okay, what can you tell us about the project?
All right, I'm attempting to share my screen if that is okay. Or Daniel?
Richard, if you want to share your screen, I have to move you over to panelist. I've tried to a couple times. You'll have to, it'll prompt you and you have to agree to do that.
I got it.
Okay.
We have an aerial and a vicinity map. Of course, you see the subject house at 1500. The hip
We're not
blue.
seeing anything yet, Richard.
Oh, no? Okay.
No.
Try the green button at the bottom.
Share screen. There we go. Okay.
Not yet.
Let me see. How about that?
Nope. Ah, now it's happening. Thank you.
Good, terrific. Okay, we have our just a cover page. And first we have aerial and vicinity map. The aerial, of course, shows the existing house, the subject that we're talking about today. There's an old barn on the property and a garage. And of course, the vicinity map, it's quite a way up Upper Canyon Road, as you know, and it's on a 9-acre lot. So the dimensions of the lot are what you see here. Next slide, we have the north elevation and proposing to replace those steps with a good landing and a portal covering that will not be attached to the house. We want to be able to repair the windows and retain the frames, the casings, and the trim. These are original windows, and same with the door. On the east elevation, you see on the left-hand side is a aluminum window that we plan to replace to make it more compliant, more true divided light. And the door was originally a window. We want to be able to turn that back into a window and get rid of the steps. And also, of course, you see the stucco needs attention, and there's a lot of discussion so far on the roof. The owner bought this property last summer in July and discovered the condition of the roof. It was attempted to be maintained over the years. However, those attempts allowed it to be damaged more than not maintaining it. So went shopping and looking for a suitable material to be able to replace this roof with, and he found the bonderized material, which is a steel panels, and it's coated. It's rolled steel coated with G90, is a galvanized type of a coating, and it is left to. It's also called paint grip. However, this will not be painted due to the fact that that material is left to patinate or patina into a soft gray tin appearance. And it's the same roof that's on the, over on South Paseo del Peralta is the house or the office where Margot Cutler Real Estate used to be. And now I believe it's a historic museum or some sort of office, but it has the same roof, the same roofing material. So there was a lot of thought put into that. So that's the east elevation. Moving toward the south elevation, you have non-compliant aluminum windows. We have a door. We have an original looking window. And this is where the applicant or the owner wants to create a portal and then a bump out, an addition for a bathroom in this area toward the west end of the south elevation. And we'll get to that here in a minute. Here's more of the closer of the aerial, noticing the barn, the garage, and the roof of 1500 of the subject property. The discoloration, you know, the attempts, if there's any retain of original material, it's failed over the years, and it does not retain any of its original integrity due to the fact that it was left unattended, and then the attempts to maintain it caused further damage. So that's we're looking to really protect the house rather than the one element. Going on, here's a site plan. You looked at the floor plans. The bathroom was a simple toilet, little tub, and a little sink in the corner. And so it will be used, that space will be used for a powder room with a toilet and a sink and a closet for laundry equipment and for mechanical equipment. The reason for the, we looked at all types of ways to create a workable bathroom as an extension of the bedroom. So we looked at the east, along the perimeter, on the north, on the west, and those were too prominent, and taking it inside would really really maintain or just take away from the layout of the house. And of course, people live inside the house. So the solution was, or the least impactful solution was to have that bathroom addition on the south side where it is not visible to the public and it still works for the owner. And we think it's a good compromise, and we hope that the board would agree. So anyway, to move on, we have the existing and the proposed roof plans. So the roof isn't changing. However, you see the addition of the portal, and it will not be attached to the house. The rear portal will be attached to the house, and the bathroom addition, of course, is attached to the house. So the north elevation, we have repairing and replacing those windows. Well, the sash only will be replaced, keeping the frames, the casings, and the trim. Creating the steps with a landing, and of course the portal covering for the house. The east elevation, we have the door, turning it into a window of the same size that's consistent with the rest of the house. Those are 36 by 68 inch windows in the front, in the north elevation, as well as the east elevation. Sorry for clicking. And this is a non-compliant aluminum window that we plan to, that the plans are to take that to a true divided light and keep the dimensions, keep the openings. This is you can see the north elevation, the covering for the porch not being attached to the original fabric of the house. And then we have a portal covering on the south elevation, and that is attached. And then behind that, or past that, is the addition for that bathroom. South elevation, we have, south elevation, we have the aluminum windows, changing those into this window toward the right here, changing it more into the appearance of the original windows throughout the house, taking this window and removing the aluminum window, putting it to a more true divided light. And then this is the area of the addition for the bathroom. So moving that window away from the existing house and then moving it to the outside of the bathroom addition. And then the west elevation, you see those, the original windows, those 36 by 68 inch windows, and repairing and replacing those. You can see there's a window going into the bathroom addition facing west, and you see the portal covering that's integrated into the roof covering of the bathroom addition. The window up on the dormer is a stationary window, so it's going to be repaired and retained. And of course, you see the steps for the front door. Also, we have, looking at to the east elevation is a proposed garden wall, 4 feet high, and with a 5 foot high coyote fencing past the gate, and that's to screen the cars from view of from the house. And here's some, we have some materials. We have our El Rey stucco 125 La Luz, pure white for all the trim. We have the bonderized gray, and of course that will be left unpainted in order to patina to that soft tin gray. We have craftsman producing galvanized downspouts and gutters. There's a craftsman that produces these lights for the exterior, and here's a example of a lighting for the path light for the garden wall. And with that, we've read the code and agree with staff, and we ask for your approval, and we stand for questions.
Well, thank you very much for that very thorough presentation. Member Guida has a question, I think.
Thank you, Chair Katz. Richard, thank you for the presentation. Just a few quick clarification questions.
Yes,
so
sir.
the proposed roof replacement is bonderized steel standing seam, correct?
Correct, yes.
You on one of the sheets, we see a new what's described as new masonry wall with a stone base. So we don't understand that as a stuccoed wall atop a rubble stone base?
No, we have a stone base. No, that masonry wall with stucco will be all the way to grade, from the top into the grade. I don't see how the stone base, we can strike that stone base. And stone base, for me, it seems like wainscoting up a bit of the wall, and that's not part of the proposal, please.
Okay, so that's something we can clarify, but the intent is to have a stucco wall in those locations.
Yes, of the same color as what's proposed for the exterior of the house, that
Okay.
El Rey cementitious stucco 125 La Luz.
And while we're on this elevation, and this is a point that you mentioned a moment ago, that the front portal would be detached or independent of the house. I think that shows it that way there, but in other elevations or other versions of the side elevations of the house, we see it as attached with
well, here is
two posts.
Let me get there. Okay, here's the east elevation, so indicating the garden wall, and it's detached. On elevation, proposed west elevation, you see this is north, and that front door portal not attached to the original house. And there we go, the east elevation again.
I'm confused. What we have in the packet shows the front portal with just 2 columns and being attached to the facade of the house. And I guess I'm curious as to why there may have been a change, or how this is somehow better than what was drawn before or drawn in the packet.
With the, there was a consideration and part of the requirements to not attach to the original fabric of the house. And the north elevation with that portal, we wanted to meet that requirement. And however, at the south elevation, we're asking to be able to attach to the original fabric of the house.
And does this amount to an exception or not? Like, if you do it this way, does it not require an exception?
We answered the exception question. I think the exception question was dealt with in the staff report. And yeah, we took direction from staff on to keep stuff as not attached to the original fabric of the house the best we could. And especially since this faces directly overlooking Canyon Road. And if this needed to ever be taken off, the original facade of the house remains.
Yeah, I mean, it could be taken off if it was attached to the house too. My concern is the direction that you may have gotten from staff on this. Overall, I would say that this is a very kind of thoughtful and sensitive restoration of a very important house. And I appreciate the thought, and I particularly appreciate the design sense that went into this. I think everything that's being proposed in the way of windows, in the way of the scale of the new features of the house, even the way that the addition at the rear is addressed, both in terms of elevation and massing, and also in terms of the plan, that room is still in congruence with the kind of center hall logic of the house. This is how an addition might have been considered at the time that they were recreating history. But that the sensibility of what's proposed is sensitive to the structure and does not take away, for me, any of the character defining features or diminish the status of the house. And that would be true if the front portal were attached to the house. It's a very light structure. It could easily be pocketed into the stucco and the stucco repaired if it was ever removed. I find the freestanding portal peculiar and odd, and a kind of tight reading of the sense of our code. To me, the house, whether we're talking about the metal roofing, the turn material, or the stucco of this house, it's not the wood of the original cross. It does not need to be not touched. We understand that buildings get changed over time. So, I would favor, unless it's going to, I'd say, even if it requires an additional exception, which I don't think it does, I would be in favor of everything that's proposed, but I would say that the front portal should appear as it does in our packet as being attached to the facade. Otherwise, it's just very strange to me.
Thank you, Member Greta. Mr. Powell, I notice your hand is up. It's good to almost see you.
Yes. Sorry, you guys can't see me. I've got my screen on, but I don't know. Anyway, nice to see some of you guys. I haven't seen you in a few years. For those of you who don't know me, I served on the board for a number of years. And my hand was up because, Richard, I just wanted to clarify, the yard wall actually does have masonry at the base. And the reason why, we don't have a photo of it here in our packet, but there's a historic barn on site, very lovely barn from the 20s. And the bottom, I would say 4 feet of the barn is stacked rubble stone. And the homeowner is very taken by this. And he thought that we could use stone from the site. The site has a number of acres. It was a working farm for a very long time. He wanted to take some of that exact stone and replicate and tie in the wall with the barn. So the line that you see, I didn't draw on all the stones because there's no sense doing that. It just muddied up the drawing. But the idea was the bottom line that's demarcated actually would be stone to replicate the base of the barn. And then above that would be a cementitious wall like we commonly see in the district.
Thank you. Okay. Member Larson.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to echo Member Guida's comments that I think this has been really thoughtfully done, both on the part of staff and the part of the applicant. I really appreciate the thorough discussion of materials here and sort of the, the measured sort of approach to, whether, we replace this roof for the sake of, safety and for, longevity versus, attaching to a specific material that, has a very comparable alternative now. So again, I just really appreciate the thoroughness here, and I think this is a lovely project. I also agree that a portal that is attached to the building is, it's not entirely invasive, and I think it would be more authentic to just make that a part of the overall system. So again, thank you all, and I think this is a great project.
Okay, Member Beachide.
Thank you. I just wanted to add my comments. My first instinct when seeing a significant project that requires 5 exceptions is to think, this is doing too much to a sensitive structure. But the way this has been thought through and designed, I find myself agreeing completely with all exception criteria. And I know, well, it's not the purview of this board to look at the internal, the interior of the house, seeing the floor plan and its symmetry, and the symmetry mimicked on the outside and enhanced by some of the window replacements and door replacements or repairs, really is very striking. And, sort of, I see the rationale for adding the bathroom to the outside of this original box. And I appreciate that that's sort of set back so that it minimizes the impact to the current sight line when viewed from the west. So really nice project, and I'm glad to see you here taking such care with this property.
Okay. Daniel, you've had your hand up from some time. Did you want to add something?
I would just add that I would support in general the arguments that are being put forth, with the exception of the consideration of the roof. I think that the board should think about looking at the option of a tin roof. They're a high quality roof that would be appropriate to this house, and would be essentially keeping the same type of material that would, in the word of the code, avoid the exception, but more importantly, give the house the material integrity that a 110-year-old roof replacement warrants. Thanks.
Have you any idea, Daniel, what the cost difference would be?
No, I have not.
I kind of appreciate what you're saying, and I think one of the bases or one of the criteria for exception is that, it's sort of like the minimal amount of change that is necessary, and I can understand why you are suggesting a tin roof, but at some point, I think price does make a difference, and I have no idea. I was looking for some factual basis on which to.
And that's something that can be determined if the applicant, made an inquiry. It's not difficult to find out.
Okay, thank you. Member Beachide. Member Guida.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, requiring an exotic material for the roof is not necessary in this case, especially when an available, very similar appearing and repairable and therefore sustainable option is available. I think that needs to be considered. Just looking at the just looking at the case report, I just wanted to be clear, and maybe Carly can verify. There's nothing here in our packets that shows the front or north portal as being freestanding, and it's not specifically addressed in the list of items that are being proposed. It's construct a porch covering on the north facade, and that distinction is not made. So, and there is an exception being requested. So I don't think anything needs to be done to kind of change that. We just need to be clear in our motion of how we would like to see that front portal.
Excuse me, Member Guida, yes, in the packet, the front portal is attached. You'll notice that in the elevation, it also seems higher and does not seem to obscure the window detail in the same way that what we looked at on the screen may. And then the exception is for that addition to the primary facade is within the packet.
Thank you for clarifying. And I agree, it looks better in the packet.
Thank you. Mr. Powell, your hand's still up. Do you have something more?
Yes, sir. I wanted to add a little clarity on the roof. When the owner originally purchased the home, his intention was to keep the roof. He really, really liked it. And as we spent time in the attic, we could see all of the pinhole holes through the roof. And then after rains, we would notice that the attic was getting saturated. So I asked the neighbor, Mac Watson. I know many of you guys know Mac. He's worked in preservation here in Santa Fe for a long time. I asked Mac if he had some thoughts about the roof, because I don't have experience with turn roofs. And he said Jake Barrow has worked on turn roofs. So I asked Jake to come look at the house. And you guys, I think in your packet, you've seen the report that Jake submitted regarding the roof. When Jake has worked on turn roofs in the past here in Santa Fe, he has not been able to find a suitable replacement, and he's had to replace them with other metal roofs. So the bonderized material, if you guys like, I can share my screen with you. At a 10-foot distance, it looks just like a turn roof would after they both have patinaed. They're both a matte gray. Also, the roof that's being proposed is a 24-inch standing seam direct replacement. The really beautiful thing is the rafter tails on this house. They're at 24 inches on center, and so is the standing seam. So it lines up really beautifully. And the intention is to have the roof mimic exactly what was there before and line up in the same fashion. I can speak a little bit to the front portal also. The intention, I think the homeowner would much prefer it not having to be detached, but it was encouraged to possibly detach it to not make contact with the historic fabric of the building. And as you know, the landing historically would not meet code now because we have a raised finished floor height. So the 3-foot landing, it's on the north side. In the winter, we have a lot of ice dams. I have photos if you guys would like to see them. Of the ice that builds up on the steps, and the homeowner is elderly. He asked that be covered up. So that was the intention. We were just trying to be as sensitive as we could. It's a very important and beautiful house. And the portal was designed to be just high enough or low enough, however you want to look at it, to not cover the transoms and the door and the side lights, but particularly the transom. That transom actually is one of the original windows. So that transom will be preserved and restored. But again, we made it as thin as we could. And that was the intention there, was to really just be as minimal on the facade of the building.
Thank you. Okay, Carly.
I just wanted to ask first a clarifying question, because I noticed does the cement stucco color, I was just going to point to that. I'm not sure that it is matching the current, and that could be clarified. Daniel, did you, or the applicant can state. And then we need to go to, I want to make sure we do go to public comment.
I can address that if you like.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so the house is kind of a light pink currently. The stucco color being proposed is a change of color. It is, forgive me, I think it's La Luz, that's right. We did a wall investigation and we opened up a section of the wall to see the layers behind. The wall, the house was brown stucco at one point. It was also earth plastered prior to that. And then in the 80s, this house went through a pretty large remodel during the 80s where a lot of the windows that we see now were replaced. And that's when the pink color showed up, and also the turquoise paint that had been put on the roof to buy it some time because it started to have pinholes in it. That's when that turquoise roofing paint was put on the building.
Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, unless there's other comments, we'll go to public hearing now. Does someone from the public want to talk about this project?
I have Stephanie Benonato.
Good. Stephanie?
Stephanie Benonato. I too agree that most of these changes are pretty sensitive. I actually like the detached portal, but I could see reasons why you would want it attached. And I do think you could attach to damage the historic material, that it would be removable. I also like the idea of that line of stone mimicking the foundation of the barn. I think that since it has that connection, it makes sense to be there. It's not some sort of random feature. And I have to say that again, I think I like the idea that a lot of it is being preserved. The windows are being preserved and rather than replaced. I do wish there was a way to use tin on this, or to consider using tin, just because it is closer to the original material. I could understand if there's significant cost difference, that if the appearance is the same, this would be the alternative. Thank you.
Stephanie, is there anyone else?
I see no hands, Chair.
Okay, well, then let's come back to the board. It looks like Member Larson has her hand up.
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to make one last comment about the roof material. And I really think the applicant has done their due diligence here in finding an acceptable alternative. I think it is a little bit of a reach to, propose. It would be significantly more expensive. And I really think that this is an appropriate alternative that's been thoughtfully considered. And as I said before, they've done their due diligence with research and consulting different preservation experts in town. So I really find it to be a thoughtful alternative. And I think, Anthony, are you looking to make a motion or add
if you would like to make a motion, I'd be happy to second it.
Okay. So just to clarify, I should specify the portal can be attached in my motion. So,
yes.
Okay. So in case number 2022-004713-HDRB 1500 Canyon Road, I move that we approve the application, finding that all of the exception criteria have been met. And regarding item number 10, that the proposed porch covering on the north facade be permitted to be attached to the facade to be more in character with the historic construction of the home.
Do you want to say anything about the yard wall and the stone base?
Yes, I will. I apologize. I believe that's item 16, the garden wall east of the main house. And I propose that we permit a exposed stone foundation that is in keeping with the construction on the barn.
Okay, Thank you.
Guido will second with a small clarification that the portal on the north facade not only be attached, but be as per the drawings in our packet that we received tonight, and that staff record those as the official drawings, because the height of that portal is also important as shown in our packet.
Yes, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Any further comments? May we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Beachhead?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Well, thank you very much for a very good presentation and a great job on this wonderful, wonderful house. So we move to discussion items from staff.
Chair, we have none tonight.
Okay, matters from the board. Doesn't look like we have any matters from the board. Our next meeting will be Tuesday, May 10th. And unless there's anything else that's coming up, we are adjourned. Thank you all.
Good night, all.
Good night. Thank you guys.
Take care.
Thank you.